everyone and a very warm welcome to WsCube Tech. My name is Ayushi Jain and in this video we will be talking about 45 programs that are there in Python. So generally what we do is whenever we learn any programming language, we make a little mistake that we never practice the programs that are there that can be solved with that programming language. That's why in this video we will be solving 45 different programs that will help you build your logical thinking. Also they will help you for your interview preparations as well. And by the end of this video, if you like this video, then you can drop it in the comment box and I will bring you the second part of this video. So without wasting more time, let's get started, guys. So our first method would be with the predefined variables, where the programmers will be defining the variables, and our second method would be when we will be taking the user input from the user. First of all, let's go ahead with our solution number 1 with our predefined variables. So let's have a look. So as I said, our first method is going to be with the predefined variables. So I'll be taking an example over here where I'll be taking number 1 as my first variable, and because they are predefined variables, so I'll be writing my values over here. So let's say my first value is 12 over here. Here if you want to take an integer, you can take an integer, or if you want to take a decimal number, you can take a decimal number as well. Here I'm taking another variable over here, which is, let's say, number 2. Number 2 is equals to 40. Now what we need to do, as our program says, we need to add these two numbers. So for that I'll be writing print, and here inside our print statement we can directly pass on number 1 plus number 2, or you can also do one more thing. You can create a variable called as sum. Sum is equals to number 1 plus number 2. And then what you can do, you can pass this sum variable inside our print statement. So I'll be writing sum over here. Now all I need to do is run this program. Let's have a look on what output will come when we will run this program. So as soon as I run this program, you can see we are getting the output 52 over here. Now guys, this was our solution number 1 where we created a predefined variable. That means where as a programmer we are defining the variables. Talking about our second method where we will be taking the user input for the variables. So here our second method says that here we will be taking the user input from the user. To take the user input, all you need to do is create another variable number 1 and take the input from the user. Now if you want to take this input in the decimals, you can write decimals. If you want to take it in the integers, yes, you can take integers. One plus point with taking it with the decimals is that if inside the decimal you write integer number also, that will be added. But if you have given it as an integer, if you are taking the input as an integer, you cannot write a float. There it will throw an error. So we will be taking a float over here by writing float input and enter a number here. Similarly, I'll be taking another variable number 2. And again, this one is going to be a float input, enter another number here. Now, just like in our first method, we created a variable which was finding a sum of number 1 and number 2. Same method we are going to do over here. That sum is equals to number 1 plus number 2, right? And lastly, we can pass the print statement over here, just like how we did it in our solution number 1 by writing print and sum. Now, if I run this right now, let's have a look on what it does. So if I write 40, it's giving me 52. But it looks very plain, right? What we can do is over here, we can add a string. So along with the sum, I'll write over here that the sum of given two numbers is, and I'll close the string, put a comma in between. And now if I run it and give this similar kind of data, so now it gives me the sum of given two numbers is 72. So now our program looks more elegant, right? So guys, these were our two methods where we learned to write a program to add two numbers. I hope both the methods are clear to you. So guys, whenever you learn any new language, any new programming language, this is the first program that people tell you to write, that is print hello world. So today in this video, we will be learning how to write a program to print hello world. So let's have a look on how it can be done. To print hello world in Python, there is a very easy statement. There is a very easy function that Python uses. It's an inbuilt function which says print. You need to write print statement, as the question itself says Python program to print hello world. So print over here, we will be writing all lower cases, and we will be opening a set of parentheses over here. Parentheses are your curved brackets. Inside the parentheses, we can provide with the double quotations, or we can use the single quotations as well. So I'm providing here double quotations, and inside I'll be writing hello world. As soon as you're done writing it, all you need to do is you need to run the program and your hello world will be printed at the bottom. So guys, this is a very simple method. All you need to do is write print statement. Inside the print statement, you need to open the parentheses, put a double quotations, and whatever message that you want to display in your output screen, you can write it inside your print statement. So guys, in your school or in the mathematics, it is often asked that how to find the area of a triangle. What if we would be able to create a program in Python which would calculate the area of triangle for us if we provided with the base and height of a triangle. So to create this program, what all things we will be needing, let's discuss that. First of all, we will be needing the variables, that we will be working on the variables. Second, we will be needing some operations to perform, that we will be putting a formula over here. Lastly, we will be using our print statement. So let's get started and let's see how it can be done. So to find the area of a triangle, first of all, we need to know the formula of the area of the triangle. So formula for the area of the triangle is half times base times height. So base and height, for the base and height, we need to take the input from the user. So I'll be taking two variables over here. Base is equals to input. So you can take the input in the integer, or if you want, you can take it in the float as well. I'll prefer float over integer. So float, input, enter the base of the triangle, colon. And next we will be needing height. That height is equals to again float, input, enter the height of the triangle. Once we have taken the base and height of a triangle, now next thing that we need to do over here is to write the formula. So area is equals to half times base times height. Now, so half can be written as 1/2 or it can also be written as 0.5. So if you want, you can write 0.5 times base times height. Or you can also write, instead of 0.5, you can put a bracket over here. And in that we can pass 1 divided by 2, that is half times base times height. Lastly, all we need to do is we need to print this area. So for printing it, we need to use the print statement, which will allow us to print any data that will give us in the output. So now let's run and see what output we will get. So it will ask me that enter the base of the triangle. So if enter the base of the triangle, in that I'll be writing 4. And the spelling of triangle is not correct. So it should be triangle. And enter the height of the triangle, let's say it's 6. So 6 times 4 is 24. 24 when divided by 2 is 12. That means half times base times height. So base is 4, height is 6, multiplication is 24. When it's multiplied by half, it would give us 12. So if I press enter, so the value is also 12 over here. That means our program is working correctly over here. If I try it with some other value, let's say if I run it, here again if I write 5, so 5 times 5 is 25, half of 25 is again 12.5, so 12.5 is the value. If you want, you can add a quotations over here that the area of the triangle is, we can close the quotation, put a comma to separate this string with the variable. As soon as we run it again and write any value, so I'll give the value again, 4 and 6, and it gives me the area of the triangle is 12.0. So I hope guys that it is pretty clear that how to find the area of the triangle. All you need to do is you need to ask for the base, then height, put the formula over here, and lastly print it. In our today's video, we will be learning how to write a program to find the square root of two numbers. So guys, for this program, I'll be telling you two methods to do it. This program can be written in two methods. You will be discussing both the methods one by one. So first of all, starting with our first method is going to be with the exponentiation. We will be using our exponentiation operator for that. And our second method would be with our math module in Python. So as we all know that Python has a huge library and it has many modules. Similarly, there is one module called as math module, which we will be using to find the square root of a number. So first of all, coming with our solution number 1, that is with the exponentiation. So let's have a look on how it can be done. So our solution 1, that is the using exponentiation. For that, I'll be taking a user input, or we can take a predefined variable as well. So if I write number is equals to 49 over here, or if I want to take a user input as well. So if I create number 1 is equals to int input, enter a number here. So here we can use both the methods. Here we can take a predefined variable, plus if you want, you can take a user input as well. So guys, all we now need to do is create a variable over here, and inside it we will be writing our exponentiation method. So let's have a look on how it can be done. So I'll be creating a variable over here, square root is equals to. So square root, whose square root we need to find? We need to find the square root of number 49. or we can take a user input as well. Whichever variable you want to take, if you want to take this predefined variable, you can take this predefined variable, and if you want to take a user input for it, you can take a user input for it. As of now, I'll take number 1, that is our user input. So all you need to do is write number 1, and for exponentiation, we will be using 2 asterisk symbol, that is our 2 stars. And its power, now talking about its power, for the square root, we all know that we give the power of half, that means 0.5. So if you want to take 0.5 over here, you can take 0.5. And if you want to use half over here, that is by writing 1 by 2, you can write 1 by 2 as well. So choice is totally up to you. You can either use 1 by 2 or you can write 0.5 as well. Both of them will give you the same output. Now next thing is over here, that is our print statement. So we will be printing this, that the square root of the given number is, and I'll put a comma over here, and then I'll be passing my variable square root over here. So now let's run the program and have a look on what output we are getting. So if I write 49, the same number that I have written in our number variable, that is our predefined variable. You can write any number according to your choice, but as of now I'm taking 49. We know that 7 times 7 is 49. That means the square root of 49 is going to be 7. So let's press enter and see what output we get. So we get the output over here that the square root of the given number is 7. Similarly, if I take any other number, let's say if I take 64 over here and change this variable to number in our line number 4 and run it, we get the output 8 over here. So guys, you can take any variable over here. If you want to take a predefined variable, yes, predefined variable, and if you want to take a user input for it, you can take a user input for it. Talking about our second solution where we are going to use our math module, let's have a look on what we have in our second solution. So guys, our second solution over here says that we will be using our math module over here. Now Python has a huge library in which we have a math module. Math module allows us to perform various mathematical operations. Similarly, there is inside the math module one function which is called as SQRT, that is square root. SQRT over here allows us to find the square root of any number. So first of all, to use this math module in our program, we will be importing math by writing import math. So import math will allow us to import math module in our program. After that, we can use any function from our math module. So as I said, math module has various functions. Similarly, we have square root over here. For that, we will be using a variable called as number. So you can take any number, any predefined number, or you can take a user input as well. Choice is up to you. So I'm taking a predefined number, that is 64, and now I'll be applying our square root operation to it by writing square root. This is a variable, this is nothing but a variable over here. If I write SR also, the short form, then that would also work. So this is nothing but a variable. So SR is equal to math.sqrt. You can see already we have a suggestion over here of SQRT. So SQRT over here stands for square root, and here I'll be opening my parentheses. Inside I'll be passing my value. What is my value? My value is 64, which is stored inside the number variable. So I'll be writing NUM over here and I'll be printing it that the square root of the given number is, and I'll put a comma and pass my SR variable over here. So I'll be writing SR, and as soon as we run this program, we get the output that the square root of the given number is 8. Similarly, if you want to take a user input over here, all you need to do is you can write this thing. And now if I run it, it takes a user input for me. If I write 125 over here, press enter, it gives me an output over here that the square root of 125 is 11.18 something. Similarly, if I write any other value like 100, so it gives me the square root 10 over here. So that means our program is working perfectly fine. So guys, quadratic equations, we already know, we have already learned about quadratic equation. It says ax square plus bx plus c is equals to 0, and it helps us to find the roots. There are two types of root. One is the positive root and one is the negative root. So that only we are going to find with the help of the quadratic equation. Let's have a look on how it can be done. So guys, here I have already mentioned the quadratic equation, that is ax square plus bx. Bx means b times x plus c is equals to 0, where a, b, c are the real numbers and a is not equal to 0. So these things we need to take care about. So if we have all a, b and c, then it will be easy for us to find the quadratic equation and find the roots over here. So first of all, let's take an input from the user, where if I'll write a is equals to, and I'll take the input from the user, that int input, enter number. We need to mention one thing, that the user has to enter a number which is not equal to 0. So here what we will do, in the brackets we will write that a is not equal to 0 and close the bracket over here. This will tell the user that the user does not have to write a number as 0 over here. And again, input enter number. So this can be 0, so we don't need to mention anything over here. And for C again, we are going to write int input enter number. Now to find the solution, that means to find the roots, we need to find the discriminant. So next thing we are going to do is find discriminant. To find the discriminants, we have a very simple formula, that d is equals to b square minus 4ac. So for b square, we'll be writing b times 2. That means 2 asterisk symbols will be used, that b raised to the power 2. B square minus 4ac. So for minus, I'll be writing minus symbol, and 4 times a times c. So this will be the formula for discriminants. Once we have find the discriminants, it will be easy for us to find the roots. To find the roots, what we need to do, we need to use a complex mathematics module over here. To use the complex mathematics module over here, all we need to do is write import CMath. CMath is a module of complex mathematics which we are going to use. With the help of complex mathematics, we will be finding the under root of d. So the next thing that we are going to do is we will be finding the solutions. So finding the solutions, or we can say roots. To find the root, we have a simple formula, that solution 1. First of all, let's talk about the solution 1 or root 1. You can say it as both the ways. But if you want to write any other variable name, you can write any other variable name as well. So solution 1 would be minus b minus. So here we will be finding two solutions over here. One will be in minus, the other one will be in the plus. Now we will be using CMath square root, CMath dot sqrt, square root of d over here, and I'll be putting this whole inside another bracket, which will be then divided by 2 times a. And again for the solution 2 over here, we will be writing minus b. This time we will be using plus, because two roots, as I said, there are two roots over here. One is in minus, the other one is in plus. So we'll be writing plus CMath dot sqrt, that is square root of d, again divided by twice of a. So 2 times a. And lastly, what we are going to do, we are going to print the solutions, that we'll be writing the solutions or the roots are colon, and we'll be writing both solution 1 comma solution 2. Also, I'll separate the string and the variable with the help of a comma. Now let's run and see what output we will get. So here it's asked for a number, and the number should not be equal to 0. So let's give 4. Enter another number. I'm randomly giving any number over here. And the value we are getting two values over here. That means two roots are there. One is minus 2, 7, 2, 4, 7 something. And another one is minus 0, 2, 7, 5, 2, 5, 5 something. So these are the two roots that we have obtained from the quadratic equation. So I hope guys that the method is clear over here, that this is the quadratic equation. With the help of the quadratic equation, we need to find the roots. So here we have found the roots. For the quadratic equation, we need 3 variables over here, that is a, b and c, where x remains constant over here. And d is the discriminant over here, which we will be needing for the solutions. That means for the roots of the quadratic equation. And for the root, we have a simple formula, that minus b minus under root of d divided by 2a. For the under root, what we have done, we have used the CMath dot square root, that is our complex mathematics module. And again for the solution 2, we have written minus b. This time we have written plus, because two solutions are there. One is in negative and one is in positive. So the value could be in negative, but here plus is used, plus CMath dot square root of d, which is again divided by twice of a. And hence we have found the solution of the quadratic equation. In this video, we will learn how to write a program to swap two variables. So guys, in our program, at times we want to swap the variables. To make it easy, what we can do, we can write a program in Python which will allow us to swap the values of two variables over here. So guys, this can be achieved in Python by two methods. That means we have two solutions to solve this program. First solution is where we use the temporary variable. Second solution is where we don't use the temporary variable. We'll see both of them one by one. First of all, let's understand the logic behind it. So suppose you have two variables over here. A is equals to 12 and B is equals to 4. Now what I want to do, I want that the value of A should be 4 and the value of B should be 12. This is what swapping is for me. Okay. So how to obtain that? To obtain that, what we will be needing? We will be needing a temporary variable over here. What this temporary variable will do? Temporary variable will store the value of A. Suppose temporary variable, if I have written temporary variable is equals to A, then the value of the temporary variable will be equal to 12. Right? According to this one, the value of temporary variable will be 12. Now what I can do, I can store the value of B inside A, because what we need to do, we need to do the swapping over here. So what I can write, A is equals to B, which will give us that the value of A will become 4. Now what do we have? We have A's value as 4 and at the same time the B's value is also 4. But what we need to do inside B, we need to insert 12. To insert 12, what we will do, we will write B is equals to temporary. So the temporary is the one which is holding the value 12 over here. So as soon as we write B is equals to temporary, the value of B will become 12. And in the end, we will achieve our target that A will become 4 and B will become 12 by using a temporary variable. So now let's use the same logic inside our Python. So our solution 1 is using third variable, which is our temporary variable. So let's create two variables over here. For these two variables, if you want, you can take the input from the user as well, or you can create a predefined variable. So I'm creating a variable called as A. Inside A we have 4. Inside A we have 12 and inside B we have 4. Now what we need to do, we need to use a temporary variable over here. The temporary variable is equals to A. Let's print it. Let's print all of them. Print the value of A is comma A, and I'll use the same statement again for the B, and instead over here I'll write B is variable B, and similarly we'll do the same for the temporary variable, that the value of temp, that is our temporary variable, is temp. Okay, let's run and see what output we will get as of now. This is before the conversion, that we haven't done any conversion over here. So the value of A is 12, value of B is 4 and value of temporary is also 12 over here. So now both A and temporary has 12 value. What I need to do, inside the B I need to store this value, and inside A I need to store the value of B. So now what will happen, A will become B, A is equals to B, and if I print over here A, so if I write this line again, and this will be after conversion, so I'll be writing over here after conversion is A. So as soon as I run it, I'll get the value. The value of A after conversion is 4. That is what we wanted, that the value of B should be inside the value of A. And similarly, what I'll do, inside the B I need to store the value of A, but the A holds the value of B, which is 4, so we cannot use the value of A over here. So what we will be using a temporary variable over here. And as soon as, again, if we write the same thing over here again, that the value of B after conversion is B, and let's remove this temporary variable from here. So I'm just putting it inside the comment, and let's run and see what output we will get. So the value of A is 12 and the value of B is 4. After the conversion, the value of A is 4 and the value of B is 12. That's what we wanted to achieve in the first place. So guys, this was our solution number 1, where we use a temporary variables to store our value and later we swapped it. Now let's talk about solution number 2, where we will not be using our temporary variable. So again over here I'll create two variables, that A is equals to 12 and B is equals to 4 over here. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to use a simple swapping method over here. For that I'll be writing that A comma B is equals to B comma A. What will happen after this? Let's understand the logic. So I have written A is equals to 12 and B is equals to 4. Also I have written that A comma B is equals to B comma A, which means that 12 comma 4 is equals to 4 comma 12. That means the value of A has been stored inside the B and the value of B has been stored inside the A. So same logic we have used over here. If I write print A and print B over here, and just run it. So you will see that a value of A is 4 over here and the value of B is 12 over here. Even though in the program we have written that A is equals to 12 and B is equals to 4, still in the output what we are getting the value of A as 4 and the value of B as 12. That's what we wanted to achieve again in the first place. So I hope guys that both the methods are clear to you, that how we have used the third variable and how we have not used the third variable and used the swapping method by writing A comma B is equals to B comma A. Video we will learn how to write a program in Python that will allow us to generate a random number. So guys, to create this program we need a random module from our Python library. We will be using that module. With the help of that module we will be creating this program. So let's have a look on how this program can be created. So as I said, we are going to use a random module. Now what does this random module does? The random module allow us to randomly choose between the numbers, randomly choose between the letters, or randomly choose between anything that we provide to it. Suppose we have a file and if you want to read it and you want to get a random data from it, then random module can be used. Similarly here what we will be doing, we will be using this random module to obtain a random integer. Now how to obtain a random integer? We will be writing a code for that. First of all, to use the random module in our program, we will be using import random. After importing random, what we need to do, we need to create a variable. So let's say I'm creating a random int variable. Now inside it, what I'm going to write the name of the module, that is random. Random dot, you can already see I have got so many options over here. The first option, we need to go with the first option, that because we want to obtain a random integer over here, so we'll be going with the first option, that is rand int. Now rand int over here takes two variables, that means two parameters it takes. What two parameters? That the starting value and the ending value, that you want a random number between which range. So here we will be giving it a range, that suppose you want a random number between 1 to 10. Now what we need to do, we need to print this random int. So 1 to 10 over here is that 1 is the starting value, 10 is the ending value, and we have to choose a number between 1 to 10 including 1 and 10 as well. So if I run it, I'll get the output 1. If I run it again, 1, 10, 7, 5, 4, 7. So you can see every time we are getting a different output. That means we are getting a random integer between 1 to 10. Now you can provide with any value. Suppose if you write 1 to 100, it will give you a random integer between 1 to 100. So if I run it, I'll get 43, 85, 39. So any random number between 1 to 100 you can get, along with 1 and 100 as well. So this is what random would do. So guys, here we have finished our program, and in the 3 simple steps we have created a program that would generate a random integer for us. Only we need to do is import random, write random int is equals to, we need to write the name of the module, that is random, dot which attribute we are using. So we are using random int, and inside this we need to pass 2 parameters over here, that is the starting value and the ending value. Lastly we need to print it. This video we will learn that how to convert kilometers to miles. That means we know how to convert kilometers to miles, but we will be writing a Python program that would convert kilometers to miles. To convert kilometers to mile, we have a very simple formula first of all over here, that in 1 kilometer we have 0.621371 miles. Using this formula only we will be converting kilometers to miles. So let's have a look on this formula once, and then we will be moving ahead with the Python program to write it. So guys, as I said, that 1 kilometers is equals to 0.621371 miles. All we need to do is that if we have a value in kilometers, suppose someone says 5 kilometer, and if we want to convert it into a mile, then in that case what we need to do, we need to multiply it with 621371 multiply by 5 will give us the value in miles. This is what we are going to do. So using this formula, we will be converting kilometer to miles. Now let's put this formula inside our Python. So first of all, let's take an input from the user, that what are the number of kilometers that he wants to convert to the miles. So I'll be writing km over here. Now here you can give the input in the integer or float as well. So we will be using float. I would prefer float because people might say that it is 4.5 kilometer or 6.7 kilometers. So in that case, we will be using float. Input, enter the value in kilometers. So we are asking the user, here you can take a predefined variable, or you can ask the user that what input they want to give. And after that, what we need to do, we need to convert this kilometer to miles. To convert kilometer to miles, I'll be creating a value called as miles. Miles is equals to 0.621371 621,371 multiplied by, so we will be using our asterisk symbol. Asterisk symbol here in Python is used as a multiplication symbol. This will be multiplied with kilometer. You can put it inside the brackets if required or if you want to, but it is not mandatory. And then we will be printing that the value in miles is, we'll put a comma to separate the string with the variable, and then we'll be writing miles over here. As soon as I run this program, let's see what do we get in our output screen. It says enter the value in kilometers. If I write 5, it will give me 3.106855 miles. So if you want, you can add miles also over here, that you can use the unit. So we'll be writing miles. And again, if I give 5, it would look like that the value in miles is 3.106855 miles. So this is how we have written our program. All we need to do is, first of all, we need to create a variable where we can take the input from the user, or we can write a predefined variable. That means if you don't want to take an input from the user, all you can do is, I'll put it inside the comments and I'll write km is equals to 10 maybe. So you can create a predefined variable over here. Then to convert it into miles, we have created another variable called as miles. Miles is equals to the value that we want to convert, that is kilometer. And that means how much kilometer over here. So 10 multiplied by the formula, that is 0.621371, and lastly we'll print it out. In this video we will learn how to write a program that would convert Celsius to Fahrenheit. Now to convert Celsius to Fahrenheit, there is a very simple formula that we can use. Let's have a look on that formula. Then we will be writing a program in Python that would allow us to convert Celsius to Fahrenheit. So here in this program, all we need to do is we need to take an input from the user as a variable for degree Celsius. That degree Celsius, let's say it's 10. To convert it into Fahrenheit, all we need to do is multiply this degree Celsius with 9 by 5, and the whole will be then added to 32. This is the same formula that we will be using to write our Python program. So let's have a look on how it can be done. So here, first of all, let's take a user input in Celsius. That Celsius is equals to, now if you want, you can take the input in integer also here. So int input. Remember to take an input in integer or a float value, and not even in a float, so maybe integer only. Why I'm saying so? Because if you will not take it in the integer, it will consider it as a string, and then applying a mathematical formula to a string will generate an error over here. So all we need to do is write int input, enter temperature in degree Celsius. Once someone has entered a temperature in degree Celsius, so here if you want, you can take a user input, or if you want, you can take a predefined variable as well. So Celsius is equals to 89. In this way you can also do it. So I'll just put it inside the comment. So if you want, you can take a predefined variable, or if you want, you can take an input from the user. I would recommend take an input from the user so that user can choose any degree Celsius over here. Now to convert it into a Fahrenheit, I will be creating a variable called as Fahrenheit. Fahrenheit is equals to, inside the Fahrenheit, now what we need to do, we need to put our formula, that is our degree Celsius, that is Celsius multiply by 1.8. Okay, now where is this 1.8 coming from? I told you that it was 9.9 by 5. So 9 by 5 can also be written as 1.8. So if you want, you can write 9 by 5, or if you want, you can write 1.8. If you want to write 9 by 5, then you need to put a bracket over here, and inside that you can write 9 by 5 and put the whole inside a bracket. Then this whole value will be added to 32. So if you want, you can write 9 by 5, or if you want, you can write 1.8 over here. Both will make no difference over here. Lastly, what we need to do, we need to print it. So for printing it, all I need to do is write print statement. Inside the print statement, we will be writing that the converted value is, I'll put a comma to separate the string with the variable, and we'll be writing Fahrenheit over here, comma, and lastly I'll be writing F inside double quotation, so it will give us the temperature in Fahrenheit. And as soon as I run it, so if I talk about 30 degrees Celsius, it will give me that the converted value is 86.0 Fahrenheit. Again, if I run the program, and let's say it's too hot over here, so the value is 45. Although it says 32 degrees, but it's hot like 45. So if I run it, it would give me 113.0 Fahrenheit. So I hope guys that you guys have no doubts and no questions that how I have created this program. In this we have written Celsius, that means we have asked for the user input, written our simple formula, and then printed it inside a statement. In this video, we will learn how to write a program in Python that would allow us to check if a number is positive, negative or 0. So this can be achieved with a simple logic that all we need to do is we need to use a simple logic over there. So to figure it out, all we need to do is understand how a number can be positive over here. To understand how a number can be positive, let's have a look on a small logic that we are going to put over here. So I'm writing down some positive numbers over here like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 and up to like it's 100. Okay. Similarly, I am writing -1, -2, -3, -4, -5, -6 and it can also go up to like 100, right? Now what is the difference between these numbers over here? That one is in positive, the other one is negative. But if we will see the logic over here, all these numbers are greater than 0 and all these numbers are smaller than 0, right? So what we need to do, we need to use this simple logic that all the numbers that are greater than 0 are the positive number, all the numbers that are smaller than 0 are the negative number, and a number that is equal to 0 is a 0 number. So let's use this simple logic in our Python. So here, first of all, what all things we will be needing? We will be needing variables over here. That means we need to take an input from the user that for which number the person want to check if it is positive, negative or a 0 number. Then secondly, we need to put conditions over here to check if a number is positive, negative or a 0 number along with using the operators over here. Lastly, we have to print that what would happen in a particular condition. So let's first of all take an input from the user. So I'm taking a variable called as number. Number is equals to, I'll take the input in the integers, input, enter a number here. So you can create a variable over here where you can take the input from the user, or you can do one thing that you can create a predefined variable over here. Both the choices are up to you. Now next thing that we are going to do is we will be using here conditional statements along with operators. So what condition we need to give over here? First of all, first condition should be that all the numbers which are greater than 0 are positive number. So how we will be writing that? We will be writing in this way that if our number, whatever our number is, if it is greater than 0, that let's say our number is 5. And if 5 is greater than 0, in that condition we will print that the number is positive. Similarly, I'll be writing elif. Elif is used when we want to give multiple conditions. Otherwise, we directly use else. So here we want to give one more condition. That's why I'm using elif over here. Elif is a combination of else if. So elif, we'll be giving our second condition that if our number is equal to 0, in that condition, because 0 is neither positive nor negative, it is a neutral number. So we can write the number is 0. Else, so if a number is neither positive nor 0, then definitely it is negative. So we will directly print the number is negative. So now let's run the program and let's see what happens. So if I run this program and write over here any number, let's say I'm writing 45, it would give me it is a positive number, which we already know. Again, if I run it and now at this time I write -45, it would tell me that it is a negative number. Again, if I run it and this time if I write 0, it would tell me that the number is 0. That means our program is working perfectly fine, and in I guess just 10 lines we have written a program. If I remove this unwanted lines, then maybe in just 8 lines we have written this program where we have taken an input from the user that which number they want to check for. Then after that we need to apply conditional statements along with the operators that it is a greater than, equal to. So 2 operations have been used over here. So all we need to do over here is first of all take the input from the user as a variable. Then we need to apply conditional statements along with the operators. Here we have used 2 operators. One is the greater than operator, another one is the equal to operator. We have used conditional statements if, elif, else, and then printed the output. In this video, we will learn how to write a program in Python to check if a number is odd or even. So guys, we have been doing since our childhood that we have been learning this odd and even numbers, and this we have done previously in our lower grades. Today what we will be doing, we will be learning how to write a program that would allow us to check if a number is odd or even. First of all, let's understand what is an odd or even number. If you don't know what is an odd and even number, let's first understand that. So we are talking about odd numbers and the even numbers. All the even numbers are the numbers that comes in a table of 2. That means 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14 and so on. So these are all the even numbers. So all the even numbers come in the table of 2. And all the odd numbers are the ones that do not come in the table of 2. That means 1, 3, 5, 7, 9, 11, 13. So all the numbers that do not come in the table of 2 are the odd numbers. Now how to write a program that would allow us to differentiate between the odd numbers and the even numbers? Let's understand that. We know that in our Python we have a symbol called as this one, which is called as modulus, which allows us to find the remainder. Okay, so what we need to do, if we take any number over here, let's say I'm taking an example of number 15. If I divide it by 2, if I write 2 and 2 7 times is 14, I get the remainder 1, right? That means if it's giving me the remainder 1 over here, that means it's an odd number. Similarly, if I would have taken any even number, let's say I would have taken 16 over here. Okay, 16 when divided by 2. So it gives us 8 times is 16 and we get the remainder 0 over here. That means what it is showing is that all the even numbers over here gives the remainder 0, while all the odd numbers over here gives the remainder 1. If I take any other example as well, for example, if I take 11 and if I divide it by 2, so 5 times is 10. Again, I get the remainder 1. If I take any other number, let's say 37. 37 when divided by 2. So we'll be getting 1 and we'll be writing 2 over here and we'll be getting 17 and 2. 8 times is 16 and we'll be getting 1 as a remainder. That means what again? 37 is an odd number, 11 is an odd number and 15 is an odd number. So all the odd numbers here are giving us the remainder 1 over here. So what we need to do, we need to use this simple logic over here that all we need to do is write that if any number when divided by 2 gives the remainder 0, that means it's an even number. So how we will be writing that? We will be writing it in this way that whatever our number is, let's say it's 15. So 15 when divided by 2 gives the remainder 0. In that condition, it is what? Even number. If it does not give us, then in that condition what it is an odd number. So this same logic we are going to put inside our program. So let's write the program now. First of all, let's take the input from the user as a variable. So number is equals to int. I'll be taking the input in the integers and enter a number here. Now once a user has given any number, what we need to check? We need to check if the number when divided by 2 gives the remainder 0. So I'm saying if the number, that means we will be using our conditional statements over here. So we'll be writing if number when divided by 2 gives the remainder 0. In that condition, we need to print that it is an even number. So if it is not even, then definitely it is odd. So we don't need to write any condition over here. Simply we can write else. With else, we never write any condition. We can simply print that if it is not even, then definitely it is an odd number. So now let's run our program and let's see what happens. So I have written enter a number here. Let's write 45. We can clearly see by the last digit that the 5 is not a multiple of 2. And if I run it, if I press enter over here, it would give me that it is an odd number. Yes, it is giving me an odd number. That means our program is working perfectly fine. Let's write one even number as well. Let's say I'll write 44. 44 is giving me that it is an even number over here. So this is how we have created a program. All we needed to do was create a variable over here where we have to take an input from the user. Then write a conditional statement which states that whatever our number is, when we divide it by 2, it should give us the remainder 0. If it gives us the remainder 0, in that case, it is an even number. If it does not give us the remainder 0, in that case, it is an odd number. In this video, we will learn how to write a program to check if a year is a leap year. So guys, we know that all the leap years are the one which has 366 days instead of 365 days and it comes once in 4 years. So here are some conditions as well that we need to use to check if a year is a leap year or not. Let's have a look on these conditions and what conditions we have over here. Now first of all, let's talk about a leap year. Leap year is the one that has 365 days and it comes once in 4 years. Now some conditions to check leap year. Condition number 1. First condition, if it is a century year, let's say if it is a century year, let's say it's 1000, then what it should satisfy that it should be a multiple of 100 and it should be a multiple of 400 as well. Then only it will be considered as a leap year. Okay. Now what about all those years that, so I'm saying over here that it should be a multiple of 100 and it should be a multiple of 400. Now what about those years which are lesser than 400? That means 100 is also a century year, right? And 200 is also a century year, 300 is also a century year, but they do not come in the table of 400. So these 3 years are not a leap year. So we need to take care of this condition that all the century years over here should come in a table of 100 as well as in a table of 400. So 400 is a leap year and maybe 1000 is a leap year. It should satisfy this condition. The year should be multiplied by 4, that when it's divided by 4, it should give it the remainder 0. That means the year should come in a table of 4, and the year when divided by 100 should not give the remainder 0. So another condition over here is that it should come in a table of 4. For example, 1996. It is a leap year and it comes in a table of 4, but it does not comes in a table of 100. That means again it is a leap year. If we take example of 2004, 2004 comes in a table of 4, but it does not comes in a table of 100 over here. That means again it is a leap year. So we have two conditions to satisfy over here. First condition says that it should be multiplied by 100 and also multiplied by 400. That means it should come in a table of 100 and it should also come in a table of 400. The second condition says that it should come in a table of 4 and it should not come in a table of 100. Then also it is a leap year, else it is not a leap year. So let's have a look on the program that how it can be created. First of all we need to do is we need to take the input from the user as a year, which year they want to check for. So we'll be writing in integers input, enter the year here, and after this what we need to do, we need to put our conditions over there. For conditions we'll be using our conditional statements and we'll be writing that if year when divided by 100 gives the remainder 0, so it should satisfy this condition. I'll be putting this inside the brackets. Along with this, it should satisfy another condition that when year divided by 400, it should again give the remainder 0. Only in that condition it is a leap year. So we'll be printing it is a leap year. Similarly, we'll be writing another condition. Our second condition, we'll be putting our second condition in elif because for else we will be writing it is not a leap year. So second condition says that year when divided by 4 gives the remainder 0 and year when divided by 100 should not give the remainder 0. In that condition we will print it is a leap year. And lastly else. So if both the conditions are not satisfied, that means definitely it is not a leap year. So we will be printing it is not a leap year. Now let's run and see what happens. So if I run it, if I give a year 1996, which is a leap year, that means it says it is a leap year. Let's give a century year over here. So I'll be writing, let's say 1000. It is not a leap year because it is satisfying this condition that comes in a table of 100, but it does not comes in a table of 400 over here. So 1000 is not a leap year. Let's take example of another century year. Let's say I'll take 2000. 2000 is a leap year. That is true that 2000 is a leap year because it is satisfying our first condition over here that it comes in a table of 100 and also it comes in a table of 400. If I would have taken 1600, that would have also been a leap year. So yes, again it is a leap year. So I hope guys that this program is clear and both the conditions over here are also clear, that for a century year it is required, it is mandatory that it should come in a table of 100 and it should also come in a table of 400, then only it is a leap year. And if we talk about any other years which are not century year, then they should come in a table of 4 and should not come in a table of 100, then only it is a leap year, else all the other years are not a leap year. This video we will learn how to write a program in Python that would allow us to check if we have given 3 numbers. It will allow us to check that which number is the largest number over here. To do it, we have a very simple logic over here. We don't have to use any Greek or Latin over here. It's a very simple logic that we are going to use over here. Let's understand that what logic it is. So as I said that we need to check if a number is the greatest number or not in among the 3 numbers. First of all, let's take example of a number over here. So I'm writing down 3 numbers. One is number 1, that is equals to 12. Another one is number 2, that is equals to 8. Another one is number 3, that is equals to 30. Okay, now what do I need to do? We need to check that which number is the greatest number over here. To check that, we need to use a simple condition over here, that if I write that number 1 is greater than number 2 and the same number 1 is greater than number 3. So we will be using our operators over here to check that number 1 is greater than number 2. Also the number 1 is greater than number 3. In that condition, we will consider what? That number 1 is greatest Now what is this AND over here is doing? AND is checking that both the conditions should be satisfied. That means number 1 should be greater than number 2, because in this condition what is happening? Number 1 is greater than number 2, 12 is greater than 8, but 12 is not greater than 30, right? So AND is making sure that both the conditions should be satisfied, then only the number 1 will be considered as the greatest number. Now if this first condition is not satisfied, let's hop on to our next condition. Our next condition over here should say that number 2 should be greater than number 1, and again we will be using this AND operator, which will make sure that it should satisfy both the conditions, and we'll be writing that again this number 2 should be greater than number 3, right? So in our condition it's neither greater than 12 nor greater than 30. That means number 2 is not again the greatest number. Still, if it satisfies our condition, then in that condition we'll be writing number 2 is greatest. Now if not number 1, not number 2, then definitely number 3 is the greatest number. So what we will be doing, we will be not wasting our time in writing any condition. We will simply say else. So we'll be using conditional statements over here. So first one would be our if, second one would be our elif, and if not number 1, not number 2, then definitely our number 3. So else would say that number 3 is greatest. So this is the same logic that we are going to use in our program. Let's have a look on how to write this program. As I said, to write this program, we will be needing 3 variables over here. That is number 1, number 2 and number 3. So if you want, you can take the input from the user, or if you want, you can create a predefined variables over here. So I'll be creating first number 1 as a user input, that int input, enter number 1 here. Similarly, I'll be asking for number 2 and number 3. And I'll be switching these terms to 2, 3, 2 and 3. So we have asked for 3 numbers over here. Now what do we need to do? We need to put a conditional statement over here, that if number 1, so I'll be putting it inside the brackets, number 1 is greater than number 2. And to satisfy both the conditions, we'll be writing AND operation over here, that number 1 should be greater than number 3. Only in that condition, what it will be considered? It will be considered as the greatest number. So print number 1. Or we can directly write the variable number 1, comma, and attach a string over here, or number 1 is a greatest number. Similarly, elif number 1 is greater than number 2. Sorry, number 2 we have already written. We will be writing it for number 2, that number 2 is greater than number 1, and number 2 is also greater than number 3. In that condition, we will be printing that number 2 separated with the comma is a greatest number. Lastly, if not number 1 and not number 2, then definitely it's number 3. So with else we will not write any condition, and that's how it is. The rule says with the else we never write any condition, and we'll be writing number 3 comma is a greatest number. Now let's run and see what happens. So it is asking me for a number 1 here, so let's write 24, 64 and 12. So we can clearly see that 64 is the greatest number over here. Let's see if our program says the same as well. Yes, it says 64 is the greatest number. That means our program is working perfectly fine. Again, if I write, let's say I'm giving 0, 1 and minus 1. So it would say 1 is the greatest number over here. So it also works on a negative integers as well. So I hope guys that this is clear that how we have created this program. First of all, we require 3 variables over here. That means we have taken 3 inputs from the user. After that, we have given a condition that if number 1 is greater than number 2 and number 1 is greater than number 3. So make sure to write AND over here, that this AND is ensuring over here that both the conditions should be satisfied, and only if both the condition is satisfied, then only the number 1 is the greatest number. Else we'll hop on to next one, that is number 2 is the greatest number. And lastly, if not 1, not 2, then definitely it's number 3 that is the greatest number. In this video, we will be learning how to check if a number is prime or not. So guys, since our childhood, we have been learning about the prime numbers. Today, what we will be doing, we will be creating a program in Python which will allow us to check if a number is prime or not. Let's have a look on how it can be done. Before we start creating a program, let's first know that what are prime numbers. Like most of you might know what are prime numbers, but some of you are still there who don't know. First of all, let's understand what are prime numbers. So as I was talking about prime numbers are the numbers that are divisible by themselves only, or they are divisible by 1. That means, let's say if I take an example of 11. The number 11 is not divisible by 2. That means when you divide it by 2, it does not give you the remainder 0, or it does not comes in the table of 2. It does not comes in a table of 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 and 10. And It only comes in a table of 11 and it only comes in a table of 1 over here, right? So 1 we will not be considering, but all the numbers that comes in a table of themselves or of 1 are called as prime numbers. Another example could be 13. 13 only comes in a table of 13. But what about 15? 15 comes in a table of 3, it comes in a table of 5, and it also comes in a table of itself, that is 15. So it comes in a table of 3 numbers, right? That means 15 is not a prime number. Now that we know what are prime numbers, let's understand that how we will be creating a program in Python. Let's understand the logic that we will be using in Python. So I'll be taking the example of number 11 only over here. Let's take the example of number 11 only and let's see how it can be done. So our first condition, suppose if we have taken an input from the user, that number is the input from a user, that is 11, right? Now what do we need to check if it is prime or not? For that, first condition that we will give over here is that number should be greater than 1. Then only it can be a prime number, right? That all the numbers which are greater than 1. So what we are saying over here is that a number should be greater than 1. That means all the numbers that are below 1 are not a prime number. 1 or below 1 are not a prime number. So the prime number starts from number 2. Okay. Now next what we need to do, we need to iterate in a range that if a number, if number is greater, so we'll be writing if the number is greater than 2. We'll be writing if a number is greater than 1, in that condition what should happen, right? So if condition we will be using over here, that if number is greater than 1, in that condition we will be iterating through for loop that for I in range. Why we are using for loop over here? Because we need to check over here in a range that if it is a multiple of any other number or not. So suppose if I go from 2, because 1 cannot be considered as a prime number, so we will be starting our range from 2, as all the numbers can be multiplied with 1, so we will be writing now 2, and the ending number would be 11 over here. So we'll be writing 11 colon. Instead of 11 you can also write number. So we'll be writing for I in range 2 to number. So what do we need to check in this range? That if number when divided by I, the I is what? I is a range between 2 to number. So 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 and 10 is the range. And number, that means 11 when divided by 2 gives the remainder 0. In that case it is not a prime number, right? So we will be printing not prime, else it is a prime number, right? So what is the logic over here? That what we will be doing, we will be iterating in this range and we will be checking with every number that 11 when divided by 2 gives the remainder 0, then it is a prime number, but it is not giving us. So after 11 we'll go to 3, then 4, then 5, then 6, then 7, then 8, and then 9, and then 10. So after dividing it by every number, if it is not giving 0 with any number, in that case it is a prime number. So this logic only we will be using in our program. Let's have a look on how it can be done. So first of all, first thing that we need to do over here is take the input from the user for the number. That number is equals to int. We'll be taking the input in the integers. All the prime numbers are integers. Enter a number here. After this, what I'm going to do, I'm going to give a condition over here that if number is equal to 1. In that case, what we will print it is not a prime number. Because if a number is 1, then definitely it's not a prime number. All the prime numbers starts from the range of 2. Now for starting it from the range of 2, we will be giving another condition that if number is greater than 1, in that condition what we will be doing, we will be using a for loop over here that for I in range, we'll be iterating through a range that will start with 2 and goes up to the number. So whatever our number is, let's say if it is 11, it goes to up to the 11. And then what it will be checking that if number when divided by I gives the remainder 0, then it is what? It is not a prime number. So we'll be putting a colon over here. Print it is not a prime number. Because what happens with the prime number, suppose if I take the example of number 12 over here. Number 12 when divided by 2 gives the remainder 0. Number 12 when divided by 3 gives the remainder 0. Number 12 when divided by 6 gives the remainder 0. That means it is not a prime number, right? So it is not a prime number. Else colon print it is a prime number. Now what I will be doing, I'll be running this program. Let's see what happens. Some error will come. I will tell you what error it would be. Suppose if I write 12 over here, it will say it is not a prime number, not a prime number, not a prime number. Then it says it is a prime number. Then it says it is not a prime number. Why this is happening? Because what we need to do is, after writing it is not a prime number, because as soon as number 2 will come, let's say I'm iterating it for 12, right? 12 when divided by 2 gives the remainder 0. Now it will move for next one, that 12 when divided by 3 again gives the remainder 0. So what we need to do, as soon as we find the first number as 0, we need to stop over there. That's why we will be writing break over here, and this else will be shifted by a tab. So I'll be taking a tab over here, and now let's run and see what happens. So if I write over here 12, it says it is not a prime number. And again at the same time, if I write 37, which is a prime number, and press enter, it says it is a prime number. So I hope guys that this is clear that how this program has been created. First of all, we need to take an input from the user. That number is equals to int input, enter a number here. That means we are taking an input in integer. Later we are taking conditional statement. One conditional statement states that if number is equal to 1, we have to print it is not a prime number, because one number is not a prime number. All the prime numbers start from a range of 2. Now next condition that we are giving over here is that if number is greater than 1, in that condition what we will do, we will take a range over here, that for I in range, the range will start from number 2 and goes up to number 11, that is whatever our number is. And if number when divided by I, so what we will be doing, we will be dividing this number with every number in our range and check that if it gives the remainder 0 with any of the number, then it is not a prime number and we'll break the loop over there. Otherwise, what we will be doing, we will be printing it is a prime number. Now there is one more thing we have written, if number is greater than 1. Now what will happen if a number is smaller than 1? So for that I'll run it and I'll write, let's say, minus 45. So it won't write anything. For that, what we can do, we can write over here that if number is greater than 1, then we have done all the process. But if number is not greater than 1, that means for else, again we will print it is not a prime number. So if the number is not greater than 1, then definitely it's not a prime number. So negative numbers cannot be a prime number. In this video, we will learn how to write a programs to print all the prime numbers that are there in an interval. So guys, what we need to do, we know that what are prime numbers. If we don't know, we will be discussing that also. And what we need to do over here is that we have to print all the prime numbers that are there in a given certain interval. Let's say if I take example of 1 to 50. So if I want all the prime numbers that are there in the range of 1 to 50, our program should be able to do that task. Okay, first of all, let's understand what are prime numbers and what logic we will be using over here. After that, what we will be doing, we will be writing a program in Python that will allow us to fetch all the prime numbers in an interval. So first of all, when we are talking about prime numbers, let's first understand what are prime numbers. So prime numbers are those numbers which are divisible by themselves only. For example, if we have number 11 can only divide itself. So if I take example of any other number other than 1, so 1 can divide obviously all the other numbers. That any other number will come in a table of 1. But if I talk about 2, in the table of 2, 11 is not there. In the table of 3, 11 is not there. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 and 10. In the table of any of these number, 11 is not there. So 11 comes only in the table of itself. That means 11 is a prime number. So I'll be just writing a short form over here that it is a prime number. At the same time, if I take the example of number 15, 15 comes in a table of 3. It comes in a table of 5. And it also comes in a table of itself. That means it is not a prime number over here. So prime numbers are those numbers that comes in a table of itself only. Now what we need to do, we need to print all the prime numbers that are there in a given interval by the user. Okay, for that what we will be needing a range over here. For range we will be asking for a upper limit and the lower limit. So first of all, if I write LL is the lower limit. The lower limit is, let's say, 1, and the upper limit UP is the upper limit over here, and the upper limit is, let's say, 50. So I want to check all the numbers, how many prime numbers are there between 1 to 50. I want to print them all. So if I want to print all the numbers that are there between 1 to 50, I'll be taking these two limits over here. After this, what I will be doing, I'll be creating a for loop over here that I will iterate from 1 to 50. I will check for each number from 1 to 50. So I'll be taking for I in range 1 to 50. So instead of writing 1 to 50, we can also write LL, comma, UP plus 1. Why I am writing UP plus 1? That means why I am writing upper limit plus 1. Why I have written upper limit as UP? It should be UL actually. So upper limit. Okay. So UL is equals to 50 and UL plus 1 over here. That means upper limit plus 1 over here. Why I have written upper limit plus 1 over here? Because if I write 50 only over here, then it will only iterate till 49. It won't count for 50 over here. So if I want to make 50 count over here, in that case, what I'll be doing, I'll be writing UL plus 1 over here. After that, what we need to check that if whatever our number is, if it is greater than 1, in that condition again we will iterate inside the loop. Suppose if we are talking about the first number, let's say for I in range we have taken, so it's 1 to 50 over here. Let's say we are talking about number 2. Okay, so okay, we cannot take the number 1 as a range over here because 1 itself is not a prime number, and all the prime numbers start from a range of 2. So we'll be writing 2 over here. So first of all, let's check for the 2. If number is greater than 1, that means yes, it is satisfying the first condition. Now what I'll be doing, I'll be writing for number in range. Instead of number, I'll be writing I over here because we are checking it for the I. So for number in range, what will be the range? It will start from 2 and will go up to what? The I number, whatever the I number is. And we will be checking that if number, whatever our number is, when divided by I gives the remainder 0, in that condition it is not a prime number. So if we are talking about this range 2 to 50, if I take an example of let's say 40 over here, okay. Now what it will do, it will check with each number that 40 when divided by 2, 40 when divided by 3, 4, 5, 6, up to 39, it will check that if it is divided by any of these number and it gives the remainder 0, in that case it is not a prime number. And if it is a prime number, then what we need to do, we need to print it over there. So let's write this program inside our PyCharm and understand it in a better way. So what I'll be doing, I'll be taking two limits over here, that lower is equals to int input, enter lower limit here, and we can also tell the user that it should be greater than 1. So in the bracket I'll be writing greater than 1. Okay. After this we will be giving an upper limit over here. So for that I'm creating another variable, upper is equals to int input, enter upper limit here. After this what we need to do, we need to iterate in this range, that is from upper to lower. So for I in range, starting from lower goes to upper plus 1. Inside this we will give a condition that if I is greater than 1, in that condition what we will do, we'll use another loop, that for number in range. Now what will be the range? The range will start from number 2 and it will iterate up to that number. That means it will iterate up to I, whatever that number is, and we'll give a condition over here that if I when divided by number. So number over here is what? Number is the whole range over here from 2 to up to whatever our number is, colon, is equal to 0. In that condition we will break the loop. Else what we will do, in that condition we will print that number. So print I. Now what I'll do, I'll just run this code and let's see what happens. So I'm giving a range of 20 to 50. So all the prime numbers that are between 20 to 50 will be displayed over here. If you will check, 23 is a prime number, 29 is a prime number, 31, 37, 41, 43, 47 are these numbers are the numbers that comes in a table of themselves only from the range of 20 to 50. So simple thing over here, that we need to put a lower limit, we need to put an upper limit, we need to iterate in a range, that for I in range from lower to upper, whatever our limit is, in that we will be checking for each number. For each number also we will be iterating over here, that let's say if the number is 20 over here, for 20 also we will be checking that 20 will be divided by 2, then 3, then 4, then 5, then 6, and up to 20 numbers, that if any number gives the remainder 0, then it is not a prime number and we will break the loop. Else what we will do, we will print it. In this video we will learn how to find a factorial of a number. First of all, to find a factorial of a number, a person should first know that what is a factorial. So first of all, let's understand what is a factorial. Then we will be learning a program that would find us a factorial of a number. Here we will be doing two solutions. First solution will be using the for loop. Second solution will be using the recursion. First of all, let's talk about the solution number 1, that is using the for loop. Along with that, we will also be understanding what is a factorial. So as I said, factorial over here. The factorial of a number is indicated by, let's say if I want to find the factorial of 5. So a factorial of 5 is indicated by this symbol, and factorial of 5 would be 5 multiplied by 4 multiplied by 3 multiplied by 2 multiplied by 1. That means it gives us the multiplication of natural numbers up to the 1. And again, if I take the example of 4, that I want to find the factorial of 4, then it would be 4 multiplied by 3 multiplied by 2 multiplied by 1. Similarly, factorial of 3 would be 3 multiplied by 2 multiplied by 1. Factorial of 6 would be 6 multiplied by 5 multiplied by 4 multiplied by 3 multiplied by 2 multiplied by 1. In this way, we find a factorial of a number. So let's talk about this one. The factorial of 5 would be 120. The factorial of 4 would be, so 4 multiplied by 3 is 12. 2 times is 24, so it would be 24. 3 2 times is 6. And this one would be 120 multiplied by 6. That would be somewhere around 720, I guess. So this is how we find a factorial by using normal mathematics. But what if we want to write a program in Python? For that, we will be using our for loop as our first solution, that we will be writing this program using for loop. This is our solution number 1. How we will be writing? One thing about the factorial, that the factorial of number less than 0 does not exist. So one condition we will be giving, that if whatever our number is, let's say we are checking for factorial of 5. So if 5 is smaller than 0, in that case what we will be writing, factorial, so f does not exist, right? And if 5 is equal to 0, that means whatever our number is, so let's not take 5, if I take number also, that if number is equal to 0, in that case what we will return, 1 over here. Now if it is not 0, if it is not lesser than 0, if it is greater than 0, that means if number is greater than 0, in that condition what we will do, in that condition we will start with our for loop. How this for loop is going to work? This for loop will work in this way, that we will be writing for I in range. Now what this range is going to be, this range will start from 1 and it will go up to our number. So whatever our number is, let's say our number is 5, so 5 plus 1 it would go, so number plus 1. And what we will be doing, we will be multiplying that number. That means, let's say we will take a factorial, a variable over here which is equal to 1. So this factorial, why we are taking the value of this variable factorial 1? Because if I put the value of factorial as 0, in that condition what would happen? In that condition it will multiply all the numbers to it and ultimately the result will become 0. So here what we will be doing, we will be writing fact is equals to 1. And here I'll be writing that factorial is equals to factorial multiplied by I. So every time factorial will be multiplied by I. Now what is I over here? So in case of 5, I would be firstly 1, then 2, then 3, then 4, and lastly 5 over here. So factorial initially would be, let's say, 1. So 1 multiplied by 1, it will remain 1. Then 1 multiplied by 2, it will become 2. Then 2 multiplied by 3, it will become 6. 6 multiplied by 4, it will become 24. And lastly, 6 multiplied by 5, it will become 120. And ultimately, it will give us the result. So this is how we are going to find the factorial of a number using for loop. I guess the screen look very messed up right now, but once we will write the program, it would be very much clear to you. So solution 1 using for loop. First of all, we need the number over here. For number, we will be asking the user input, that int input. Enter a number here. Make sure to write int because we will be taking the input in the integers only over here. Now we will be giving the condition over here that if number is smaller than 0, in that condition we will print that factorial does not exist. Next is if number is equal to 0. In that condition what we will print, factorial of 0 is 1. Now what if the number is greater than 0? So if number is greater than 0, in that condition what we will be doing, we will be using our for loop, that for I in range, the range will start from 1 and goes up to number plus 1. And what we will do, we will take a variable factorial over here. So on the top I'll be writing fact is equals to 1. Again I'm explaining why I'm not taking 0 over here, because if I'll multiply any other number with this factorial, the 0 will make all the other numbers 0. 1 will still keep it 1 only, right? So factorial is equals to factorial multiplied by I. Lastly, in the end we have to print the factorial, or we can use the print statement over here as well. Factorial of the given number is fact, and I'll put a comma over here to separate this string. Now let's run the program and see what happens. So if I run it, it tells me enter a number here. Let's write 5 over here. So factorial of 5, we know the factorial of 5 is 120. Let's see if our program says the same or not. So our program also says that the factorial of the given number is 120. That means our program is working perfectly fine. If I check it for 4 over here, so 4 multiplied by 3 multiplied by 2 multiplied by 1 would be 24 over here. Similarly, if I would have given any number less than 0, that is minus 12, it would tell me that the factorial does not exist. So I hope guys that you have understood how we have written this program. Now let's talk about our solution 2, where we will be using the method of recursion to find the factorial of a number. So our solution 2 says that we need to find the factorial of a number using recursion. Now what does recursion mean over here? Recursion means that when a function call itself inside a function, that is a recursion. That means we will be using a function over here. For that, first of all, we need to create a function over here, that def, and I'll be creating it as factorial, and here I'll be passing a parameter for the number. Okay. After this, inside what we will be doing, we will be writing our same condition, that if number, so n, let's say n is equals to 0, in that case we will return 1. But what if the number is greater than 0? So if number is greater than 0, in that case what we will return? Now let's understand the concept of factorial using recursion, that 5 multiplied by 4 multiplied by 3 multiplied by 2 multiplied by 1 is the factorial of 5. But can we find factorial of 5 in any other way as well? Yes, we can do that. What if we know what is the factorial of 4? Then we can definitely multiply the factorial of 4 with 5 and we can find the factorial of 5. Like if I know 5 multiplied by 4 factorial would be our 5 factorial. Now how to find factorial of 4? We know that 4 multiplied by 3 factorial is a factorial of 4. Now how to find a factorial of 3? 3 multiplied by 2 factorial is a factorial of 3. Similarly, 2 factorial would be 2 multiplied by 1 factorial and it will give us the factorial of 2. Lastly, 1 factorial can be obtained by 1 multiplying by 1 and we'll get the value 1 over here, the factorial of 1. Right? So this is how we can do it. Now how to write it inside the formula, like what is happening over there, it is multiplying 5 with the factorial of 4. So what we need to do, we need to call this function over again by subtracting one value over here. So we need to return over here 5, that is our n multiplied by factorial of n minus 1. Factorial is this function again, that we are calling this function again with n minus 1. That means 5 multiplied by factorial of 4 factorial. This is how we are calling this function. After for 4 factorial, now what it will do for 4 factorial, it will call the function again. It will write 4 multiplied by 3 factorial. For 3, it will call again and it will write 3 multiplied by 2 factorial. And this is how the loop will continue in recursion. As soon as it will come on 1, it will stop over there and it will return us the value. Now let's do one thing. Let's write this program in our PyCharm. So as I said, we will be creating a function over here. So let's write def fact. Inside fact, I'm passing number. For this number, we are giving a condition that if number is equals to 0, in that condition, we will return the value 1. Else, what we will be doing, we will be finding the factorial. So for that, we will be writing return. What do we need to return? Our formula. Our formula says number multiplied by factorial of number minus 1. This is what our formula says. Let's put it inside another bracket over here. Lastly, what we need to do, we need to take the input for the number. That number is equals to int input, that which numbers factorial a person want to find. Enter a number here. After entering the number over there, let's call it inside a result. Result is equals to factorial of this number. Lastly, we can print that the factorial of the given number is comma result, or if you want, you can directly call it as well, that you can directly write factorial of number. So let's run and see what output we will get. Here, enter a number over here. Let's write 5. So factorial of 5 is 120. Let's see if our program gives us the same. Yes, our program gives us the same, but this is for the upper program, the program that we created before. I haven't kept it inside the comments. So, okay, let's check it for the bottom one. So, bottom one is still the same. So, if I write 5 again, it will give me nothing because we have to print it as well. So, we need to print factorial of number. And now, let's run it. So, if I write 5 over here, it gives me 120 as the factorial of a number. So I hope guys that you have understood both the concepts over here, that how we have found the factorial of a number using for loop and how we have done it using the recursion over here. In this video, we will learn how to write a Python program to display a multiplication table. So guys, from our childhood, or let's say since our childhood, we have been struggling learning these multiplication table. What if we can write a program in Python that will allow us to display or any multiplication table of any given number? So let's have a look on how it can be done. In Python, it can be done with the two solutions. First solution is using for loop. Second solution is with using while loop. First of all, we will be talking about the solution number 1, that is our for loop. Let's have a look on how it can be done. So multiplication table using for loop. Now first let's understand the logic of a table. First of all, let's write a table over here that 7 multiplied by 1 is equals to 7. 7 multiplied by 2 is equals to 14. 7 multiplied by 3 is equals to 21, and so on. It goes on up to 7 multiplied by 10, that is equals to 70, right? Now what we need to do, we need to put this formula inside our for loop. How for loop will work? First of all, let's take a variable from the user, that number is equals to input, and let's say the user gives us a number 10. Okay, now what we need to do, we need to use a for loop over here, that for I in range, the range will start from number 1 because we will be taking 1, 2, 3, 4 up to 10 numbers over here. This 7 is going to remain constant, that means this number 10 is going to remain constant. But here this range, this I is this range 1, 2, 3, 4 up to 10 over here, and how it will go up to 10 over here, we will be writing 11 over here. Because why we are writing 11, let's remove this and put it as 7 so that you don't get confused over here between 10 and 11 over here. So why we are taking 11 over here? Because we need to iterate up to number 10. So if we want to iterate up to number 10, we need to write one number addition to the existing number. So we will be writing 11 over here. So for I in range 1 to 11, what we need to print? We need to print a simple formula that for 7 we will be writing our number, that whatever our number is, comma. For the multiplication operator, what we will be doing, we will not be actually multiplying it, we will just be displaying it. That's why we'll be writing inside the string that we'll write x, comma, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. This will be kept inside the range, that is our I. So we'll be writing I. Again, is equals to over here is not an operator. What we will be doing, we will be just showing it over here to display it inside our table. Is equals to, comma, lastly number multiplied by I. So here actual multiplication will happen. So we'll be writing number, that means number is 7 and I is, let's say, 1. So number multiplied by 1 will give us the first value, then number multiplied by 2 will give us the second value, 3, 4, and it will go up to number 10 over here. So number multiplied by I. In this way, we will obtain a table over here, and let's put this formula, let's put this method inside our PyCharm and let's see what happens. So solution 1 using for loop. First of all, let's take an input from the user, that number is equals to int input, enter a number here. After this, what we need to do, we need to use a for loop, that for I in range, we'll be taking the range starting from 1 goes up to 11. We'll put a colon, and what we will print over here number, comma, will be actually showing that multiplication operator over here. So we can write x and multiplied by I. Again, is equal to needs to be shown only. And now actual multiplication will happen between number and I. So now let's run and see what output we will get. If I run this, we are getting the output as, enter a number here. Let's say I want to know the number of, so I'll put a number 7 over here. And as you can see, I have received a table over here in our output screen. 7 times 1 is 7, 7 times 2 is 14, and similarly up to 7 times 10 is 70 over here. This is how we have obtained the table. In this similar method, what we can do, we can find the table of any other number. So if I run it and write 8 over here, then I'll get the table of 18 over here. So how interesting it is that within a line of 3 code, it has solved our childhood problem of learning all these tables. Now let's talk about our solution number 2 over here. Let's see what is our solution number 2. So in our solution number 2, we will be using our while loop. For while loop, simple concept is there that while loop iterates till the condition is true. Whatever condition you have given, till that condition is true, while loop will keep iterating. So here we will take two variables. First of all, number is equals to, again we can take the input from the user over here. So I'll just copy paste this one over here, and I'll be taking another variable, let's say a over here, that a is equals to initially 1. Okay, this a will keep the count of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Now what we will be doing, that while a is smaller than equal to 10, in that condition what we will print the same formula that we have used before. So I'll be writing number comma x is for the cross, times, this time we will be writing a over here because our a is holding all the numbers 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10, and we'll be writing a again comma is equal to symbol again comma and number times a. Lastly, what we need to do, we need to make an increment over here that every time this a will increase by 1. So right now it is 1. After one iteration it will increase by 1, then it will become 2, then 3, then 4, then 5, and up to 10, and after 10 it will stop, because what condition we have given? We have said that while a is smaller than or equal to 10, only till that time we have to iterate. So we'll be writing a is equals to a plus 1, or you can also write a plus is equals to 1. Totally choice is up to you. So let me remove this previous code. I'll put it inside the comment and let's run this one. So if I run it and write any number over here, let's say 12. So I'll obtain the multiplication table of 12, that 12 times 1 is 12, 12 times 2 is 24, and similarly 12 times 10 is 120 over here. So I hope guys that both the methods are clear to you. Firstly, we use the for loop. Secondly, we have used the while loop, and both our programs are ready which will do the same task only. So whichever program you think that is more easy, you can write it down in the comment box as well. In this video we will learn how to write a program that would allow us to print Fibonacci sequence. Now first of all, to write a Fibonacci sequence, a person should first know what is Fibonacci sequence. So let's understand first what is Fibonacci sequence. So guys, what is Fibonacci sequence? In the Fibonacci sequence, the first element is 0 and the second element is 1. It is a sequence of numbers. How these numbers work, that the sum of preceding two numbers will be our third number. That means 0 plus 1 is what? Our next number, that is 1. Now 1 plus 1 is our next number, that is 2 plus 1 will be our next number, that is 3. 2 plus 3 will be our next number, that is 5. 5 plus 3 will be our next number, that is 8. And 5 plus 8 will be our next number, that is 13. This is how the sequence works. Now what we need to do, we need to write a program to obtain this sequence up to a certain number. For a number, we will be taking the input from the user. That number is equals to, let's say 5, that I want to obtain a sequence up to 5 numbers, that means up to here. For this, what we need to do, we need to write first of all the first values, that let's say I'm considering 3 variables over here, a, b and c. So a will always be 0, that it will, the sequence will always start from 0, and the second element will always be 1. Right, this is the condition over here of a Fibonacci sequence, that first element is 0, second element is 1 over here. Okay, now c, the third element will be what? C will be the addition of a plus b. Right, how this range is going to work, that we will be taking the range from 2 to up to that number, whatever our number is, because two elements we have already taken 0 and 1, that's why we don't need to write 1 or 0 over here. We will start from 2 and it will go up to that number and it will iterate, and what it will do, it will add a plus b to c. Also what it will do, it will change a to b and b to c. Like this is for one iteration. What about the second iteration? In the second iteration, a will become 1 and b will become again 1. So c will become 1 plus 1, that is our 2. In the next iteration, a will become 1 again. That means a's value will become b's value, that means it is 1. B's value will become c's value, that is 2. And our c will become 3 over here. Again, if I'll go for the next iteration, what will happen? Suppose if I talk about this iteration over here. So a will become 2. After this, a will become 2. B will become 3. So a is equals to 2. B is equals to 3. And c will be addition of both of them, that is 5. So this is what we need to follow inside our for loop. Let's use it inside the for loop and let's see what happens. So here, as I said, we need two variables. A is equals to 0 and b is equals to 1 initially. After that, we will be taking the input from the user. That number is equals to int input. Enter a number here. Now up to this number, sequence will be obtained. Now what I will be doing, I'll be using a for loop over here, that for I in range 2 to up to that number. Before taking the range over here, let's print a and b as well. That print a and print b. So first two elements will get printed. The third element we will get the third element by the addition of a and b. So we'll be writing over here, creating a new variable. C is equals to a plus b After adding A plus B to C, A will become B and B will become C. Again, the same iteration will happen, and in the end, what we will be doing, we will be printing the C. Print C. And now let's run and see what happens over here. So if I run it, and if I write over here, let's say I want to obtain Fibonacci sequence up to number 7. So it will write 0, 1, 1, 1 plus 1 will become 2, 2 plus 1 will become 3, 3 plus 2 will become 5, 5 plus 3 will become 8. So up to 7 numbers we have obtained a sequence. So I hope guys that you guys have no doubts and no questions how we have obtained this sequence. In this video we will learn how to write a program to check Armstrong number. First of all, to check an Armstrong number, a person should first know that what is an Armstrong number. So first let's have a look on what is an Armstrong number. I'll give you an example over here, explain you what is an Armstrong number. Then we will be putting a logic that how we can check if a number is an Armstrong number or not. And lastly, we will be creating a program that will allow us to check if a number is Armstrong number or not in our Python. So let's have a look. So as I'm talking about Armstrong number, here we have 371. Let's take an example of this number. So now what is special about Armstrong number is that if we have 3 digits over here. So if I take 3 raised to the power 3 plus 7 raised to the power 3 plus 1 raised to the power 3, then whatever output I will get, if that matches with this number, then it is an Armstrong number. So 3 raised to the power 3 is 27, that is 3 times 3 is 9, 9 times 3 is 27, plus 7 times 7 is 49, 49 times 7 is 343, plus 1 over here, so 1 cube is 1 only, so over here we will get the output 371, which will match our this number, that it is 371. So this is what an Armstrong number is. Suppose if I have taken a value as 121 and if I put it in the same way, or if I have taken it in this way, 2121. Okay, so 2 raised to the power 4 plus 1 raised to the power 4 plus 2 raised to the power 4 plus 1 raised to the power 4, because 4 digits are there, so every digit raised to the power to the number of digit. So 2 raised to the power 4 is 2 times 2 is 4, 4 times 2 is 8, 8 times 2 is 16 plus 1 plus 16 plus 1, which we definitely know is not equal to 2121. That means 2121. That means 2121 is not an Armstrong number. So this is how an Armstrong number is found. Now what do we need to do? We need to figure out that how to find an Armstrong number, how to check if a number is an Armstrong number or not with the help of Python. So what we will be doing over here, for that we will be taking a user input. So let's say a number is a user input. Inside a number we have anything a user input. Let's say it's 371 only. Okay. Now what do we need to do? We need 2 more variables over here. One is temporary variable, in which we can store this number only so that we can do any manipulation on it. So we will be writing 371, and that means this temporary variable will be equal to our number. So instead we can also write num, whatever our number is. So for the number we will be taking the input for the user, and sum is equals to, so sum initially will be equal to 0. Later the sum will be increased, because everywhere you can see over here the sum is being used. And here also sum is being used. So in this thing, in this sum only we will be adding all the data. Now talking about Armstrong number over here, we will be using a while loop to check if a number is Armstrong number or not. So while this temporary variable, because we are not going to play anything with this number, as we have stored the value of this number inside the temporary variable. So we will be only playing with the temporary variable. So while, it's not white, it is while over here. So while temporary variable is greater than 0, that means the value of temporary variable is greater than 0, till then we are going to iterate. Now what do we need to find out? That the cube of these 3 numbers and their sum will give me the same number. For that I need to find the cube of all these 3 numbers. So for that what I will be doing, I will be creating another variable called as order. Because right now we have only 3 digit number, but what if we have 4 digit number? In that case we cannot write cube. In that case the order will be 4. So order will be, let's say, the length. Because we cannot find the length of an integer, what we will be doing, we'll be converting it into a string, and then we'll be putting number over here. This is how we will find the order. Okay. So order will be what? Length of string of number. So number is an integer, we need to convert it into a string so that we can find its length over here. So whatever our length will be, we'll get that length. Now what we need to do, we need to eliminate one digit over here and add it to the sum. And when we are eliminating these 1 digits over here, at that time what we need to remember, we need to put their power as 3 over here. Okay. So here what I will be doing, I will be creating a variable called as digit to obtain the digit from here. So to obtain the last digit from here, what I will be doing, I will be writing my temporary variable modus 10. Modus 10 means that 371 when divided by 10 over here, it will give me the remainder. So 330, 71. So 7 times is 70. So 1 will be the remainder. So we will obtain this digit over here. So our temporary variable when divided by 10 will give us the last digit over here. So digit will be 1. And inside the sum, what I will do, I'll put this digit raised to the power. That means exponentiation and order. Order is what? So let's, in this case, order is 3. So 1 raised to the power 3 over here. Okay. And this will every time increase. So we will be writing sum plus is equals to digit times order. That let's say the sum is 0. Next time it will be 1. After that, to the 1, what we will be adding? We will be adding the sum of cube of 7. That will be our 343 plus 1. So this is how it will get added. Okay. Next thing that we need to do is that from this temporary number, so we have obtained this one number, but still the number is 371. We need to eliminate this 1 from here. To eliminate this 1, we can see we are getting 37 as a floor division, that means as a quotient. So what we can do, we can write over here temporary variable, that means temporary number is equals to temporary floor division by 10. So when you divide it by 10, we will get the output 37 over here. That means our last digit will be removed. Similarly, the loop will iterate all over again and again. This time the number will be what? 37. We will obtain the last digit, that is our 7, and we will be putting its order to 3 and we will be adding it inside the sum. Then we will remove the 7 by using floor division. Now the last number is 3. So we will be obtaining 3 by finding the remainder. After that, we will put 3 raised to the power 3 and remove this 3 as well. And this time the loop will stop iterating, because what condition we have given? We have said that while temporary variable is greater than 0, only in that case you have to iterate. So we'll be using this method inside our program now and let's see if we are able to check the Armstrong number or not. So as I said, first thing that we need to do is take a number as a user input. That I'll be writing int input. Enter a number here. After entering a number here, we need to find the order also. So for order, we will be writing len of string of number. So first number will be converted into a string and then we'll find its length. After this, so if you want to check this much also, I'll just print order over here to find that if our process is working properly or not. So if I run it, and if I write 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, the order should be 5 over here. So that means the value is correct over here, that whatever order we are getting, it is correct. Now 2 more variables we need over here, that is our temporary variable plus the sum. So sum is equals to 0 and the temporary variable, inside the temporary variable we will be setting the value of the number. Next thing that we need to do over here is we need to use our while loop over here. So while number is greater than 0, in that condition what we need to do? In that condition we need to obtain a digit. That digit is equals to number, or we can use temporary variable over here instead of using a number. So I'll be writing temp, our temporary variable. Well, temporary variable when divided by 10, whatever remainder it gives us the last digit. Now that last digit will be added to the sum. So sum is equals to, so we'll be writing plus is equals to digit raised to the power order. And in the temporary variable, from our temporary variable, so let's say our number is 1, 2, 3, 4. So 4 will be removed. So we need to remove the 4 number over here. To remove 4 number, what we'll be doing? We'll be writing temporary is equals to temporary floor division with 10. And lastly, what we will say? We will say that if sum is equals to num, in that condition print that it is an Armstrong number, else print it is not an Armstrong number. Let's run and see what output we will get over here. So as soon as I run, it asks me for a number. We know that 371 is an Armstrong number. So it will say yes, it is an Armstrong number. Similarly, I know one more Armstrong number, that is 153. So let's run it. So 1, 5, 3. So 1 raised to the power 3 is same. 5 raised to the power 3 is 125. 125 plus 3 raised to the power 3, that is 27. And 125 plus 27 plus 1 will give us 153. That is our Armstrong number. But if I take any random number like this, 3, 4, 2, 3, and then if I press enter, it will say it is not an Armstrong number, because 3 raised to the power 4, 4 raised to the power 4, 2 raised to the power 4 plus 3 raised to the power 4 will not give us 3423. That's why it's not an Armstrong number. So I hope guys that the concept is clear here, that how we can find the Armstrong number, what is an Armstrong number, and how we can check it over here. In this video we will learn how to write a program in Python that will allow us to check how many Armstrong number are there in a particular interval. To check this, first of all, a person should know what is an Armstrong number. Then we will be creating a program that will allow us to check the Armstrong's number inside a particular interval. So let's have a look. So first of all, if I talk about Armstrong number, then Armstrong number is the one. For example, if I have written 371. Okay, now what will I do if I'll write the sum of these three numbers with the power of the length of these three numbers? For example, 3 cube plus 7 cube plus 1 cube. Why cube? Because the length of this whole number is 3 over here. So we'll be putting the cube over there. So 3 raised to the power 3 is 27. Plus 7 raised to the power 3 is 343, plus 1 raised to the power 3 is 1. And if I get the sum over here, then it would give me 371, which is exactly the same number we checked it for. And at the same time, if I check for any other number, for example, if I take 56, so 56 has here two numbers. So that means the length is 2, 5 raised to the power 2 plus 6 raised to the power 2. So 5 raised to the power 2 is 25 plus 6 raised to the power 2 is 36. And if we do the addition over here, it will give us the output 61. That means this is not an Armstrong number. So this is how we check for an Armstrong number. Now that we know what is an Armstrong number, we have to check it inside the interval. So to check it inside the interval, we need a limit over here. So we need a lower limit and an upper limit. That means two variables will be required which will check our upper limit and the lower limit over here. Now lower limit says, let's say we have a number 0, and the upper limit says, let's say we have a number 1000, that we need to find all the Armstrong numbers which are there inside the limit of 0 to 1000. Okay, so what we will be doing, we will be taking this thing as a range over here. We can clearly see we have to find all the numbers, Armstrong number inside this range. That means what we will be doing, we will be iterating inside the for loop, that for number, or we can write for I in range. Our range would be the lower limit and the upper limit. The lower limit is 0 and the upper limit is 1000 over here. So 1000 plus 1 would be used, because if I write 1000, then it will only check up to 999, right? So what we will be writing, 1000 plus 1. That means upper limit plus 1 over here. Okay. After this, what we need to do, we need to check for every number. For example, if I'm going to check for number 1 over here. For number 1, the order would also be 1. But at the same time, we have a range till 1000. So what if the number is 30? In this case, the order will change, right? So every time we cannot put a specific order over here. For that, to change the order over here, we will be writing a variable called as order. And what will be the order? The order will be the length of this number. But we cannot find the length of a number. For length, we need to use a string over here. For that, what we will be doing, we will be converting this number, whatever our number is, that means our I is, we'll be converting this into a string, and then we will find its length over here. So first this number will be converted into a string, then we will find its length. After this, we will be needing two more variables, that will be the sum, because at the end the Armstrong number is a sum. So it's a sum of the two numbers. For example, in this case, it will be the sum of these two numbers raised to the power of these numbers. So that means 3 raised to the power 2 and 0 raised to the power 2. Right, so it will be a sum, so sum will initially be equal to 0. Next thing that we need over here is our temporary variable, where we can store the value of this number over here so that we can manipulate it. So we'll be using one temporary variable as well. So temporary is equals to I. Okay, now what do we need to do? We need to use a while loop. What this while loop will say, that while whatever our number is stored inside the temporary variable, while temporary variable is greater than 0, while whatever our number is, let's say our number is 30, right? So while 30 is greater than 0, till then we will be iterating. Now what we will be iterating over here, we will be checking for this number if this number is an Armstrong number or not. How to check if a number is an Armstrong number or not? We need to take its square and add it inside the sum. So how to find its square? We cannot take the square of both the numbers at one time. We need to obtain one number at a time. To obtain one number at a time, if I'll do this thing, that if I'll divide 30 by 10, so what will I get? If I write 30 over here, I will get the 0. That means I'll get the remainder as 0. Suppose if this number would have been 31. In the case of 31, what would have happened? 10 3 times is 30 and the remainder is 1. So what I'm getting the last number every time over here. So how to obtain the last digit? For that we will be writing digit is equals to whatever our number is. The number is inside the temporary variable. Temporary divided by 10 over here. So temporary when divided by 10, whatever remainder we get over here, that will be the digit. This digit will be added inside the sum with the order of it. So we will be writing sum plus is equals to that to the sum. Every time the value will be added to sum, plus is equals to what? This digit, whatever our digit is. Suppose if it is 1, so 1 raised to the power order. This will be our sum. Okay. After writing down the sum, what do we need to do? We need to eliminate this digit over here, because let's say if we have 31, right? So once we have used this 1 over here, we need to eliminate it. To eliminate it, if I'll do the floor division over here, so if I write 31 when divided by 10, what will be the floor division? So 10 3 times is 30 and the remainder is 1. So quotient, that means floor division over here. This quotient will be our number. Suppose if I would have taken any other number, let's say 435. I would have divided this by 10 over here. So the quotient would be 10 4 times is 40. 35, 10 3 times is 30 and the remainder is 5. So in this case we will obtain 43, that means the remaining two numbers. So what do we need to do? We need to find the remaining number. So that is the remaining number is 3 over here, and eliminate the last number. To eliminate the last number, what we will be doing, inside our temporary variable we will be making these changes. So temporary variable is equals to temporary variable floor division with 10, and this is how we will obtain this 3 number. With the 3, again this loop will iterate. We will divide it by 10 to obtain the remainder, that will be 3. 3 raised to the power 2 will be added to the sum, and again this 3 will be eliminated and the loop will stop, because the loop says that while temporary is greater than 0. That's why the loop will stop over here. As soon as the loop will stop over here, what do we need to print? We need to print that if number is equals to sum, whatever our number is, so that means whatever our I is, that is equals to sum. In that case we have to print I. So we need to put a condition over here that if I is equals to sum, in that condition print I. So this is how we will be obtaining a number, an Armstrong number inside a particular interval. Now let's do one thing. Let's put all this inside the code, because right now I think it looks a lot messier if you look at it in this way. So it looks a very much messier. But let's put it inside a program, and then it would make it very much easy for you to understand that what we have basically done over here. So first of all, as I said, we need two limits over here, that is the lower limit and the upper limit. So for the lower, I'll be writing the lower limit as is equals to int input. Enter the lower limit here. Similarly, I'll be writing the upper limit as upper is equals to int input. Enter the upper limit here. Once we have entered the lower limit and the upper limit, what do we need to do next is we need to iterate inside the for loop, that for I in range, or we can take for number in range. Now range would be lower, comma, upper plus 1. Inside this range we need to also find the order of the number. So order is equals to length. Length function can only be applied on a string. That's why we'll be putting a string, and inside that we'll be passing the number, that whatever is our first number. Also we'll write the sum. Sum will be initially equal to 0, and we will be needing one temporary variable in which we will store the value of the number. Next we need to iterate inside the while loop. So while number, or while we can write temporary is greater than 0, in that condition what do we need to do? We need to first find the digit. We need to obtain the last digit over here. So digit is equals to temporary variable when divided by 10, whatever remainder we get. So this is how we will obtain the last digit. That last digit will be added to our sum with its power. So sum is equals to digit raised to the power order. And from the temporary variable, we will remove this last digit that has been added to the sum. So we will be doing this thing, that we will be also writing plus is equals to, that to the sum we will be plus is equals to, means that to the sum we will be adding the new value. That means whatever our previous sum is, to that we will be adding the new value. Suppose our previous value is 5, previous sum is 5, and the new sum is 10. So in that case, what we will be doing, we will be adding this 10 to our 5, and it will become 15 over here. So to the previous sum, we will be adding the new sum, plus we will be eliminating the last digit. So to eliminate last digit, what do we need to do? We need to write temporary variable. Temporary is equals to temporary float division with 10. And this is how we will obtain the last digit over here. So once we have came out of the loop, what do we need to do? We need to write a conditional statement that if our number matches with the sum, that whatever our number is, if it matches with the sum, in that case we need to print that number. That means all the numbers that will match with our sum will get printed inside the interval that we have provided over here. So if I run this program, if I click on run, and write, let's say the lower limit is 1000 and the upper limit is, let's say, 2000. So we'll get the output, only one output is there, that is only one Armstrong number exists, that is 1634. Let's check for 163 and 4 that if it is true or not. So we have a number 1, 6, 3 and 4. So 1 raised to the power 4, because there are 4 digits over here. Multiply by 6 raised to the power 4, multiply by 3 raised to the power 4, multiply by 4 raised to the power 4. So we know that 1 raised to the power 4 is 1. So 6 raised to the power 4 is 1296. Multiply by 3 raised to the power 4. So 3 times 3 is 9. 9 times 3 is 27. 27 times 3 is 81. And 4 raised to the power 4 means 4 times 4 is 16. 16 times 4 is 64. And 64 times 4 is 256. So 256. And lastly, we'll do the addition over here. After doing the addition, we will obtain over here that the number is 6 plus 1 plus 6 plus 1 would be 14. 9 plus 8 plus 23 and 2 goes carry over here. So 2 plus 2 plus 2 is 6 and lastly 1. So 1634 is the output. That means our 1634 is an Armstrong number and it's the only Armstrong number that we have in the range of 1000 to 2000. Similarly, if I run the program again and if I write the value 100 and 1000, so between 100 and 1000 we will find multiple of Armstrong number. So we have 153, 370, 371 and 407 over here. So I hope guys that this program is clear over here, that how we have taken the lower and upper limit, how we have iterated inside the range of lower and upper limit, how we have taken an order over here. For the order we have to first convert it into a string, then we need to find its length. Two variables, sum and temporary, are required over here, and then we will be iterating inside the while loop, that we will be checking if the temporary is greater than 0. Till the time the temporary is greater than 0, whatever our temporary number is, it is greater than 0. In that condition, we need to obtain the last digit. Whatever digit we obtain, we have to put its order and then we have to add it to the sum. Lastly, from our temporary variable, we have to eliminate the last digit and we have to give a condition that if our number matches with the sum, in that condition we have to print that number. This video we will learn how to write a program that would allow us to find the sum of all the natural numbers up to a given certain number. So suppose if we have given a number, let's say 5. So what do we need to do? We need to find a sum of 5 over here. Now sum of 5 means that 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4 plus 5. We have to find it in this way. So natural number, first of all, talking about natural numbers, all the positive integers are our natural numbers. And what logic we are going to use to write a program in Python, let's have a look on that. So we will be considering some cases for the natural numbers over here. First of all, I'll write natural numbers. So all the natural numbers are greater than 0. The first condition would be that if our number is smaller than 0, in that case we need to print that natural number does not exist below 0. Okay. Otherwise, in another case, suppose if it is greater than 0, if whatever our number is given by the user, so suppose we will take the user input from the user about a number and number is 5 over here. So what you will do after this, we will write a loop over here that if a number is greater than 0, in that case, while number is greater than 0, in that condition we need to iterate. In that condition we need to iterate. Now what do we need to iterate? We need to every time add it to a sum. So we will be creating a variable over here that sum is equals to 0. Inside the sum we will be adding the number. So sum plus is equals to number. Suppose this number is 5. So every time from this number, one number will be reduced. So if it is 5, the next time it will be 4. So number minus is equals to 1. That means after every iteration, one number will be reduced. So it will go in this way. 5. Then after one iteration, it will become 4. Then after one iteration, it will be 3. And then 2. And then 1. In this way, every time to the sum, 5 will be added. So sum will become 5. After next iteration plus 4 will be there. After next iteration plus 3, then plus 2 and then plus 1. This is how we will be adding the sum of all the natural numbers, and in the end we will print the sum. So print sum in the end. Okay. So this is the logic that we are going to put. Now let's have a look on how the code is written. So for the code, first of all, we will be writing number is equals to, we'll take the input from the user, int input, enter a number here. After entering a number here, what do we need to do? We need to write a condition that if number, whatever our number is, if it is smaller than 0, in that condition we will print that the sum that, or we can also write that the natural numbers are greater than 0. Or you can also write enter a number greater than 0. Okay. So whatever is your choice, you can write that. After that, we will be giving another condition that else. So if it is smaller than 0, in that case, we have printed a statement. If it is not smaller than 0, in that case, we will be creating a variable over here that sum is equals to 0. And what do we need to do? We need to create a while loop that while number is greater than 0, in that condition, every time to our sum, this number will be added. So sum plus is equals to our number. And every time from this number, one number will be reduced. So number minus is equals to 1. Lastly, we will print the sum. As soon as this loop will end, we will print the sum, not num. So we'll be writing sum over here, and let's run and see what happens. So write a number. If I write 5, so 5 plus 4 is 9, plus 3 is 13, plus 3 is 12, plus 2 is 14, plus 1 is 15. So it should be 15. As soon as I press enter, the output is 15 over here. So if you want, you can add a string over here as well, that the sum of natural numbers up to the given number is, comma, whatever our num is. So it's sum, not sum. And again, if I run it, if I write 5, so it will give me 15, that the sum of natural numbers up to the given number is 15. So I hope, guys, that it is clear how we have created this program. First of all, we need to take an input from the user. After that, we have to write that if number is smaller than 0, in that case, we will print that the natural numbers are greater than 0. Else, what we will do, else in that condition, we will create a variable called as sum. After that, we will be using a while loop to iterate, and inside the while loop, we will say that number, while the number is greater than 0. So we have to execute till the condition is true. And what condition is this? That number should be greater than 0. And inside this, we need to write that sum is equals to sum plus is equals to num. Sum that every time inside the sum, the number will be added, and number will be every time reduced by -1. And lastly, we have to print the sum by writing this string along with a variable sum. Video, we will learn how to write a program that will allow us to check the power of 2 using anonymous function. First of all, talking about the anonymous function over here, anonymous function is the lambda function that is used in our Python. The lambda function is called as the anonymous function. What does this lambda function do? It is a temporary function. That means we do not have to give it any name. As soon as we use the term lambda and whatever task we need to do, we need to put it inside the colon, and we can write only one expression inside it and it will be executed. So lambda is a temporary function over here when we don't want to create a whole function and so that it stores a memory, or let's say it makes a code lengthy, and we want to use only one single line statement function. That in that case we use a lambda function over here. Now what do we need to do? Using this lambda function, we need to create a power of 2. We need to write a program that will allow us to show the power of 2. Now what is the power of 2 over here? Let's understand that. So suppose from the user, what we will do, we will take a user input, that number, or we can take n terms as well. So n terms is equal to, let's say I have taken 5. So how this will work? 2 raised to the power 1, 2 raised to the power 2, 2 raised to the power 3, 2 raised to the power 4 and 2 raised to the power 5. This should be our output. Like whatever the result is, that should be our output in case of n terms. This is what our program basically wants, that 2 raised to the power 1, whatever it is, the value should come over here. Okay, 2 raised to the power 2, that means 4 itself, 2 raised to the power 3. So whatever the value should be, that should come in our output screen. That is what our program is asking us for. Now how to write this program? Let's have a look on that. First of all, as I said, we will be needing the n terms over here. So n terms is equals to int input. Enter a number here. Okay. So user will enter a number here. After this, now what do we need to do is we need to use our lambda function and all the values will be stored inside the list. So let's create a list over here. So I'll be writing a variable called as power. power is equals to, inside this, first of all, let's use the lambda function. So lambda, and I'm giving it a name as lambda x is equals to, or we can put a colon, 2 raised to the power the x. Now what will be this x? 2 raised to the power x we have given, but what is this x? For the x we will be giving a range. That range will be from 0 to the number of terms we have. So we can start it from the 0, or we can directly write n terms plus 1. Now this lambda function needs to be applied on this whole range. For that we will be using our map function in our Python. That map allows us to put this whole function inside a range. That means it will iterate and put it inside the each number of each range. It will apply this lambda method on each number over here. And we need to create a list over here. That's why what I will be doing, I'll be writing list in front of it. And as soon as I print power over here and run it, so let's see what output we get. So if I write 5, it gives me 2 raised to the power 1 is 1. It gives me 2 raised to the power 0 is 1. 2 raised to the power 1 is 2. 2 raised to the power 2 is 4. 2 raised to the power 3 is 8. Raised to the power 4 is 16. Raised to the power 5 is 32 over here. That means we are getting the output. Now how do I need to arrange it? That I need to arrange it in this way that we should know that 2 raised to the power 5 is, let's say, 32, or 2 raised to the power 8 is, let's say, whatever the number is, right? So for that I'll be using a for loop over here. So as of now I'll just put it inside the comment, and we can write for I in range. Now the range would be the items that are there inside this list. Now the range would be again the n terms plus 1 over here. So n terms plus 1 colon, what do we need to print is that the value of 2 raised to the power is I. So I is storing all our numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then we'll be writing is. Now how to get the elements? To get the list elements, we write the indexes over here, because we have a list over here. So to get this element, we know that whatever our list name is, we write the list name plus the index number over there. So index number is getting stored inside our I. So what we can do, we can write the name of the list, that is power, and inside the square bracket we can pass I. Now as soon as I run it, let's see what output we get. So if I write 5 over here, it's giving me the value of 2 raised to the power 0 is 1. The value of 2 raised to the power 1 is 2. The value of 2 raised to the power 2 is 4. And similarly for 3 we have 8, 4 we have 16, and 5 we have 32. So we can write any value over here. So if I run it all over again and put any other number, let's say if I put even 20, so we'll get the output up to 20 as well. That 2 raised to the power 20 is 10,48,576. So I hope guys that the method is clear to you. All we need to do is use an anonymous function inside a range of n terms, that whatever terms we have asked from the user. After that, we need to use the map function over here. The map function will allow us to iterate over this range and put this lambda function inside the whole range. After that, we have to create a list of all the numbers that we obtain through this function. And then we have to iterate and write the values of all the elements inside the list in a perfect manner. We will learn how to write a program that will allow us to check if a number is divisible by another number that is given inside a certain list. To create this program, there are two solutions. That means there are two ways in which we can do the solution. First solution is with the use of for loop, and the second solution is with the use of anonymous function, that is our lambda function. One by one, we will see both the solutions. First of all, let's have a look on solution number 1. That means we will be using the for loop. So in for loop, what do we need to do? We need to take a range. Like for example, I'll take for I in range, and I'll give a range of, let's say, from number 1 to 100. I want to check that how many numbers are there that are divisible by 13. For that, what I will be doing, I'll be writing for I in range 1, 100, and I'll give a condition over here that if number, whatever our I is, when it's divided by 13, it gives the remainder 0. In that condition, what we will do, we will print that number. So what we have basically done over here, that for I in range, we have taken any certain range. Now you can take any starting value also, or any ending value also. Suppose you can take an upper limit also. So I can take an upper limit as user input, enter a number here. Similarly, I can take a lower limit, int input, and I'll write enter lower limit here. Instead of writing enter a number here, let's just write enter upper limit here, so that person will know which one is the upper limit and which one is the lower limit. Now what do we need to do inside this range? Instead of writing 1 to 100, let's write from lower, that whatever our lower limit is, our range will start from that number, and whatever our upper limit is, our range will stop at that number plus 1, because suppose if it is 1 to 100, so it will exactly stop at 99. So to make it write 100 over there, we need to write 101 over there. So we'll be writing for I in range lower to upper plus 1. If I when divided by 13 gives us the remainder 0, in that condition we have to print that number. Okay, so let's run and see what happens once we run it. I'll be giving 20. Between 20 to let's say 60. So let's run and see what output we'll get. So we have been asked for an upper limit over here. I'll be writing upper limit as 60 and lower limit as 20. And we'll get the output 26, 39 and 52. It would be better that if you write the lower limit first and then the upper limit, because it's a bit confusing over here. So I'll be writing this lower limit above and removing it from here. And now if I run it out again, so if I say from 50 to 100, we'll be having 52, 65, 78 and 91. These are the numbers that are divisible by 13. So this is how you can find a number that is divisible by another number. This is our first solution. Now talking about our second solution. Second solution involves a lambda function. That means our anonymous function over here. Now what is a lambda function? First of all, let's understand that. As I said, lambda function is a function, it's an anonymous function, it is a temporary function basically. Why it is called anonymous? Because we don't have to give it any name. So if we want to use a function inside our program but we don't want to take it a lot of space, or we want to only use it once, or if it is a small function that is a single line expression, that has only a single line expression, in that case lambda function is used. So here we will be creating a list. First of all, so I'll be creating a list of some numbers. For example, I'll be having some numbers inside it like 39, 78, 65, 34, 103, 130, 50, 70. So these are few numbers that I have. Now what I need to do inside this list, I need to check which numbers are divisible by 13. For that, I'll be creating a result variable over here. Okay, inside this, I need to use my lambda function. To use my lambda function, I'll be writing lambda x is equals to x when divided by 13 gives us the remainder 0. That x, when you divide this x by 13, it should give us the remainder 0, comma, and we will be checking it from the list that we have over here. I'll be putting it inside the bracket, and instead of is equal to, I always put is equal to, it should be a colon over here. So lambda x colon x when divided by 13 gives us the remainder 0, and we'll be checking it from the list. That's why we'll be passing the list over here. Now what do we need to do? We need to use our filter function over here. What does this filter function over here say? Filter function means that whatever condition we have given over here, all the values that satisfies this condition will be filtered and stored inside somewhere. So where it will be stored? It will be stored inside a list. So I'll be creating a list over here, and here I'll be closing it. So what we have done, we have created a list over here. Inside the list, we have filtered the values, filtered what values which satisfy this condition, that lambda x is equals to x when divided by 13 gives us the remainder 0, where x is all the numbers that are there inside our list. So inside the print statement, we will be writing that the values that are perfectly divisible, or we can just write divisible by 13, that the values that are divisible by 13 are, I'll put a comma over here and pass the result. Now let's run and see what output we will get. So here the values that are divisible by 13 are 39, 78, 65 and 130 over here. So these are the numbers that are perfectly divisible by 13 and gives the remainder 0. I hope both the methods are clear to you, that how we have used for loop over here, and in this condition how we have used the lambda function. The lambda function will be applied on all the values inside the list, and it will filter all the values that satisfies this condition and filter it and fill it inside this list over here, and the name of the list is result. Lastly, we will just print the result value over here. In this video we will learn how to write a program that will allow us to check that what would be the value of a decimal number when we will convert it into a binary number, an octal number or a hexadecimal number. So guys, first of all, let's understand that what is this binary, octal and hexadecimal numbers. we know that decimal numbers, we all use the decimal numbers. Decimal numbers are the numbers that we human use. Why? Because it has a base of 10. That means all the numbers are from 0 to 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 and 9. These are all the decimal numbers. That means there are 10 numbers. So the base is 10 over here. Okay. And from these numbers only all the rest of the numbers are created, right? This is our decimal numbers. Similarly, binary numbers are the one which has a base of 2. That means 2 numbers are there. And octal number has 8 numbers. And lastly, hexadecimal. So hexa means 6 and decimal means 10. So 6 plus 10 is 16. So hexadecimal over here has 16 numbers. So this is how this thing works. So what we need to do, we need to convert decimal number into a binary number, octal number and a hexadecimal number. For that we have a very simple functions inside our Python. We have a bin function to convert into a binary. We have a oct function that allows us to convert it into an octal number, and we have a hex function which allows us to convert it into a hexadecimal number. So let's have a look on how these functions can be applied. So first of all, we need to take an input from the user in a decimal number. So I'll be writing decimal over here. So decimal is equals to int input, enter a decimal number here. After this, what do we need to do? We need to write a print statement that the converted values of decimal is, and we'll put a colon over here. Again, I'll write a print statement, and first of all, I'll do it for the binary number. For the binary number, we have a function bin. Inside the bin, we will be writing decimal, and I'll put a comma over here, put a string over here, and inside this string, I'll be writing in binary. Similarly, I'll use a print statement, and this time for the octal, we will be writing OCT. Inside this, again, we'll pass the decimal. We'll put a comma and write inside the string is octal. Along with binary, you can write number as well. So binary number again. And lastly, print statement for hexadecimal. For hexadecimal, we write HEX. Inside we'll pass decimal. Put a comma and is inside a string hexadecimal number. Now let's run and see what output we will get over here. So as soon as I run it, if I write any number, let's say I'll write 15. 15 in decimal is 0b is the prefix that we use for the binary, 0o is the prefix that we use for the octal number, and 0x is the prefix that we use for the hexadecimal number. So 15 number in binary is 1111, that is a string of binary numbers. 15 number in octal is 17, and 15 number in hexadecimal is F over here. So I hope guys that this is clear that how to write a decimal number or how to convert a decimal number into a hexadecimal number, octal number and a binary number. All you need to do is perform a simple functions over here, that is bin, oct and hex. In this video we will learn how to write a program that will allow us to find the ASCII value of a character. Now first of all, what is ASCII value? ASCII over here stands for American Standard Code for Information Interchange. It is a character encoding standard for electronic communication. It is also called as Unicode. So if you have heard the Unicode over here, the term Unicode you have heard, the Unicode is nothing but the ASCII value. Now how to find the ASCII value of any character? Now here in the ASCII we have 128 characters altogether, which are letters, numbers or special symbols that we have, or some extra symbols are also there, some controls are also there. So we will be finding the ASCII value of a particular symbol or of a particular number or letter over here by a simple method of using ORD function that we use in our Python. So we have one ORD function inside our Python. With the help of that you can find the Unicode value. Let's have a look on how to find it. First of all, what do we need to do? We need to create a variable over here that is called as character. So you can take any name over here for the variable and you can write any value inside. First of all, let's say I'll be writing a hash. I want to find what is the Unicode for the hash, and I'll be printing over here that the ASCII value of character is we'll be using the ORD function, and inside the ORD we'll be passing the character. As soon as I run it, let's see what output we will get over here. So it says that the value of hash is 35 over here. Similarly, if I would have changed it to anything else, suppose I would have changed it to modest. So the value of modest is 37. If I would have written capital P, the value of capital P is 80. If I would have written small p over here, then the value of small p over here is 112. This is how ASCII values are found. You just need to write over here ORD is a function that allows us to find a Unicode of a given string, and after that you can just pass the string over here. This video we will learn how to write a program that will allow us to find the HCF or a GCD of a number. So if we have two given numbers and we need to find the highest common factor or a greater common divisor, both the things over here are same things only. So HCF and GCD are the same things. HCF over here stands for highest common factor and GCD over here stands for greatest common divisor. So both the things are over here same. So we will be finding a HCF or a GCD of a number. First of all, let's understand the logic that how an HCF or a GCD is found of a number, and then we will be putting it inside our Python program. So HCF, or it looks like E, so I'll write it all over again. HCF or GCD over here. Now HCF and GCD both are the same things over here. Suppose if I have two numbers, let's say I have 12, I need to find the highest common factor of both of them. So what I will do, if I'll write 12 over here and comma 15 over here, number that divides both of them are, so let's say we have highest number that divides both of them. So we know 3 is the highest number that divides both of them. So we'll be writing 3 and it comes 4 over here, and here for it comes 5, right? So I'll take the example of GCD and HCF. Both are the same things over here. First of all, suppose if I would have written 24 and here I would have written 18. I want to find the HCF of both the numbers. So how to find it is, I'll be putting over here in this way that I'll be writing the highest number that is divisible by both of them. So 2 is there, 4 no, 5 no, 6 is there, yes. After 6, is there any number that divides both of them? 9 divides 18, but 9 doesn't come in the table. So 24 doesn't come in the table of 9. And then we have 12. 24 comes in the table of 12, but 18 does not come. So 6 is the highest common factor over here. So we'll be dividing it by 6. And the value that we will obtain over here would be 4 over here and 3 over here. So in this way, what we will be obtaining, the highest common factor for both of them is 6 over here, right? Now what do we need to do? We need to find the highest common factor that is there by Python. For finding it by Python, what do we need to do? We need to first check for the condition. Suppose we have been given these two numbers, 24 and 12. Now this can be the user input as well. So we need to find out which number is smaller. So whatever number is smaller, we will iterate till that range. Suppose the 12 is smaller over here, right? So we will be iterating that for I in range. And the range would start from 1 to goes up to smaller plus 1. Because the smaller number, whatever the smaller number is, that would also be getting counted over here. That will also get counted over here. So for I in range 1 to smaller, that means we'll iterate from 1 to 12. And we will check over here that if this number, suppose we are talking about 12, the smaller number is 12. So 12 when divided by I gives the remainder 0. And same this 12 when divided, and again the same 24 when divided by I gives us the remainder 0. In that condition, it will get stored, whatever the number is, that will get stored inside our HCF. And lastly, what will happen, whatever is the greatest number, that will conclude over here. That means that will satisfy both the conditions over here. So it will check for 2, then 3, then 4, then 5, and then 6. So 2 will get stored over here. Then it will check for 3, so it will remove the 2 and 3 will be getting stored over here inside the HCF. Now then 3 will be removed and 6 will get stored inside the HCF. So this is how different numbers will get stored inside the HCF, and whatever is the last number that will be stored inside the HCF, that is going to be our highest common factor. So this is how we will be finding the highest common factor. So let's put this logic inside our program. That first of all, we need a function that we will be writing a function find HCF, or we can also write GCD. And we'll be passing variables over here. So x comma y, these are the two variables that we will be needing. Okay, now we need to give a condition over here that if x is greater than y, in that case we will store it inside a variable called as smaller. So smaller is equals to smaller is equals to y, else smaller is equals to x over here. Right, now whatever our smaller value is, we will be iterating till that value. So for that we will be writing for I in range. So range will start from 1 and it will go up to smaller plus 1. So whatever our smaller value is, plus 1 to it, so that we'll obtain our smaller value exactly over here. And we need to check that if x when divided by I gives the remainder 0 and y when divided by I gives the remainder 0. So here I is the range from 1 to smaller numbers, and here x and y are the numbers that we are going to provide later. An AND operator is used over here to make sure that it satisfies both the condition over here. So in that case, what we will be doing, we will be creating a variable called as HCF. Inside that we will be storing I, and lastly we will return the value of I. So this return I will come in the indentation with the for loop, and here we will print the value or the HCF. Return not, you don't have to return I, we have to return HCF over here, and the value of HCF of the given, or we can just write the HCF of the given to numbers is, and we'll call this function. So our function would be find HCF with the two values. Let's say we'll be giving 12 and 36. Okay, here I have written HFC and here I have written HCF. So let's make it HCF as well over here. Now let's run and see what output we will get. So the HCF of the given two numbers is 12 over here. That means the HCF of 12 and 36 is 12. While at the same time, if I would have written 24, the HCF would have been 6 over here. No, actually, so if I take any other numbers over here, for example, if I take 18, 24, which we took as an example, then the value that we will obtain over here will be 6. So we'll get the HCF 6 over here. Similarly, you can change the numbers and get the HCF of any number in this way. First of all, simple method over here, guys, that first of all we have to create a function to find HCF, and we will be giving a condition that which number is greater over here. So if x is greater, then we'll keep y as a smaller number, and if y is greater, then we'll keep x as a smaller number. Then we will be iterating in a range from I to up to the smaller number, and we will be checking for the condition that if our smaller number or if our x, both the numbers, we'll be checking it for both the numbers basically, that if our numbers when divided by I gives the remainder 0 for both of them, the condition should satisfy both of them, then we will obtain that number inside the HCF. After every iteration, whatever the value is there which satisfies this condition will get stored inside the HCF. Lastly, we will return this HCF and print this statement. And print this statement by calling the function along with the values. This video we will learn how to write a program that will allow us to find the factors of a number. So guys, to find the factors of a number, all we need to do is first of all take a user input for a number, and then we have to iterate it up to that number and give a condition that if any number that comes up to that range divides the number perfectly, in that condition that number is a factor of that number. So what we will be doing, we'll be putting this logic inside the program, and let's see how does it turns out. So here I'll be taking a number as an input. That number is equals to int input. Enter a number here. After this, we'll be using a for loop that for I in range. Now what will be this range? This range will start from number 1 and it will go up to our number. So whatever our number is, suppose if our number is 12 over here, so it will go up to the range of 12 and check that any number from 1 to 12 when divided by 12 gives the remainder 0. In that condition, that number is a factor of our number. So what we will be doing, we'll be writing from 1 to 12 plus 1, not 12 plus 1 but number plus 1, because right now we don't know what is that number. So number plus 1, and we'll be writing a condition over here that if number when divided by I gives the remainder 0. So here modulus function finds us a remainder that when number divided by I gives the remainder 0, in that condition we will print that number. So every time this condition is satisfied, a number will be printed. For example, if I run this program and if I write 12 over here and run it, so it will give me all the numbers in which the 12 number comes in their table. For example, 1 times 12 is 12, 2 times 6 is 12, 3 times 4 is 12, 4 times 3 is 12, 6 times 2 is 12, and lastly 12 times 1 is 12. That means all the factors of number 12 are over here. Similarly, if you want to try it for any other number, again we can give it a try and we can do it for a number like 10. So we know the factors of 10 are 2, 5 and 10 itself, and 1 also. So 1, 2, 5 and 10 are the factors over here. This is how you can find the factor of any number. All you need to do is, first of all, you need to take a user input. Use for loop to go up to a certain range. The range will start from I to up to that number that we have taken from the user as an input. We will check with each number that is there inside our range that if our number suppose is 12, when divided by 1, then 2, then 3, then 4, then 5, then 6 and up to 12, that if when divided by 12 or up to any number or up to any certain range that we have provided over here gives the remainder 0, in that condition that number is a factor of our number. Lastly, we will print it and get the output. In this video, we will learn how to write a program to create a simple calculator. So guys, calculator is something that we use in our everyday life. So why not write a program to create it? It's how interesting it would be to create a program that would allow us to do the functions of a calculator. So let's have a look on how it can be done. First of all, let's write down the steps that we will be needing to create a calculator. So to create a calculator, first of all, we will be printing mini calculator on the top, or you can also write simple calculator. The mini calculator, after that we will be taking the input from the user for the two numbers. So here we will be taking the input. So number 1 is equals to, let's say, user input and any number over here. And number 2 is equals to, again, a user input. That means we will be taking the input from the user. Next thing that we need to do over here is we need to give the user options, that what all options. They have an option of addition, subtraction, multiplication and division. So these 4 operations we will be creating because it's a simple calculator, so simple operations will be there. Now we will be writing the conditional statements over here. So if the user chooses addition, that means if user chooses addition, in that condition what we will do, we will add number 1 plus number 2 and display it to the user. Similarly, if our choice is if the user chooses subtraction, in that case we will do number 1 minus number 2. In the case of multiplication, we will multiply both the numbers, and in the case of division, we will divide both the numbers. And that's how our program will be ready. So all we need to do is create a user input over here. To user input, display the options to the user. Then by using conditional statements, we need to give all the conditions, that for number 1, that for addition, we have to add both the numbers. For subtraction, we have to subtract the numbers. For multiplication, we have to multiply. And for division, we have to divide both the numbers. Lastly, we'll get the output over here. So let's have a look on how this program can be created. So first of all, as I said, we'll be writing mini calculator. Inside the mini calculator, we will be having 2 user inputs. That means number 1 is equals to int input. If you want, you can take the user input in float as well. Choice is totally up to you. Float will allow us to use decimal numbers over here. So if you want to use float, you can use float. I'll just prefer int over float over here because it looks more better. So here I'll be writing int input. If you want, you can use float as well over here. Why I'm suggesting using float over here? So suppose if you want to use any decimal number over here, then you will be able to use a decimal number over here as well. So float input, enter a number here. Again, number 2 is equals to float input, enter number 2 here, or enter another number here. Now what do we need to do? We need to display the choices that the user have, that user wants to add, subtract, multiply or divide. So we'll be printing, I'll be writing over here, press 1 for addition. So I'll be using triple quotations over here. Triple quotations allows us to write different lines, write in different lines over here. Press 2 for subtraction, press 3 for multiplication, and lastly press 4 for division. Once we are done with this, once we have given choices to the user, let's have a look on how does it looks like. If I see it over here, it's a mini calculator and enter a number here. So let's write 12, let's write 23. And it gives me press 1 for addition, 2 for subtraction, 3 for multiplication and 4 for division. Okay, so far the program looks perfectly fine. To the mini calculator, if you want to add some details, you can add some details as well. So I like to add these details to the headings. And after this, we'll be giving a conditional statement. And after this, we'll be taking a choice from the user. That choice is equals to int input. Enter a number of your choice, or enter a number between 1 to 4. So once the user writes any number, suppose the user has written if choice is equal to 1. That means if the user has written 1, then in that condition we'll be writing if choice is equals to 1. So suppose if the user has selected 1 over here, in that case we'll be writing that the addition of the given two numbers is, and I'll put a comma and write number 1 plus number 2. You can do this, or you can create a variable over here called as sum. Sum is equals to number 1 plus number 2. So you can do this as well, and instead of writing number 1 plus number 2, you can pass the sum as well over here. So choice is totally up to you. Now elif So because we want to give multiple conditional statements over here, we will be writing elif. What does elif means? Elif is a combination of else if, and if you want to write multiple conditions, we use elif over here. So elif our choice is equal to 2. In that condition, we will be writing print the subtraction of the given two numbers is, and I'll be writing number 1 minus number 2. So we have written both the methods where if you want to create a variable, you can create a variable as well. And if you do not want to create a variable and directly you want to write number 1 minus number 2, you can write number 1 minus number 2 as well. Now elif choice is equal to 3. In that condition, we will print the multiplication of the given two numbers is, I'll put a comma over here and I'll be writing number asterisk symbol number 2. So number 1 multiply by number 2. For multiplication in Python, we use the asterisk symbol. Lastly, we have elif. Why I'm writing elif? Because for else, I have another option. So elif choice is equals to 4. Although it is the end of our choices, still I'm putting it inside the elif. You will get to know soon why I'm doing that. So the division of the given two numbers, number 1 divided by number 2. Lastly, I'll be writing else. Now, what is this else for? Suppose a user has written any other choice from 1, 2, 3, 4. Suppose a user has written ONE1 or a user has written any other thing other than 1, 2, 3, 4. In that case, our else will work and it will print that invalid input from the user. So if user has written anything other than 1, 2, 3, 4, in that case, it will get printed that invalid input from the user, not for the user but from the user. So now let's run and see what happens. As soon as I run, it will show mini calculator. Now see, it looks better now. And enter a number here. I'll be writing 12 and I'll be writing 23. So let's add it. So if I write 1, it would give me that the addition of the given two numbers is 35. Again, let's run it and write the same numbers. Or maybe I'll just write 12 minus 6 would be 6 over here. And for the subtraction, I'll be going with 2. So the subtraction of the given two numbers is 6. Let's check it for multiplication and division as well. So 2 multiplied by 3 we'll be doing. For multiplication, we'll be writing 3. And 2 multiplied by 3 is 6. Again, if I run it, 30 divided by 5 is 6. And if I write 4 over here, it gives me 6. Again, I'll run it. And if I write 34, and this time I write anything like hello. Or if I would have written 5 also, then so I'll run it again and I'll write 34, 4. And this time, let's say I have written any other thing. Let's say I have written 9. In that case, it will say invalid input from the user. So I hope guys that how we have created this mini calculator is clear to you. All we needed to do was take the user input, display them the options, take their choice, that what choice they have from addition, subtraction, multiplication and division, and based on their choices, we need to give them the output. That if choice is 1, we need to add these two numbers and show them the output. And in case of subtraction, we need to do the same for multiplication and division. And lastly, if their choice is anything other than 1 to 4, in that case, we have to display invalid input from the user. In this video, we will learn how to write a program that will allow us to shuffle a deck of cards. So guys, cards are something that we might have played since our childhood, or we might have not played, we might have seen them. So everyone, I guess, in their life have seen the cards. In the cards, we have 4 different kinds of cards. We have spade, we have club, we have hearts, and we have diamonds. Now today what we need to do, we need to write a program that will allow us to shuffle the cards. And so if you have ever played cards, or even if you have not played, so I'll tell you that when we play cards, we give 5 cards to the next person. So what we'll be doing, we'll be creating a range of 5 cards from that deck of cards as well. To create this program, we will be using 2 modules. We'll be using the random module and we'll be using the editor tools. With the help of these 2 modules, we'll be creating this program. Let's have a look on how it can be done. So as I said, we will be using 2 modules over here. First of all, let's import them. So I'll be importing random, editor tools, and we'll be using both of these modules. So after this, after getting these tools, we need the 52 cards. So after getting these 2 modules, we'll be needing our cards over here. For the cards, we'll be creating a variable called as deck. Inside this deck, so this deck will contain a list of all the cards, and inside the list we'll be having the tuple values. First of all, we'll be using iter tools to iterate. So iter tools dot product to iterate in a range of 1 to 14, because we have 13 cards over here. So we'll be having a range of 1, 14, and this range will be multiplied by spade, club, hearts and diamond. So I'll be writing spade, club, hearts and diamond. Now this will give us a product of range of 1 to 14, and 1 to 14, what will happen? These 1 to 14 will be multiplied with spade, then club, then heart, then diamond. That means we will get output in this way: 1 time spade, 1 time club, 1 time heart, 1 time diamond. Then next number is 2. So 2 times spade, 2 times club, 2 times heart, times of 2 of diamond. 3, then 3 of spade, 3 of club, 3 of heart, 3 of diamond. This is how we will be getting all the outputs over here. Now, we need to put it inside a list. That's why we'll be creating a list over here. So, I'll be writing a list. And inside the list, we'll be getting each element as a tuple. So, as soon as I print this deck, let's have a look on what do we get in our output. So, let me just run it. So, in the output, we have over here 1 of spade, 1 club, 1 heart, 1 diamond, 2 spade, 2 club, 2 heart, 2 diamond, 3 spade, 3 club, 3 heart, 3 diamond. In this way, we have got it up to 40, and because it is a range, so 14 will not get counted over here because we have only 13 cards inside our deck. So, we'll be getting the last number as 13 of spade, 13 club, 13 heart, and 13 diamond. So, in this way, we will get the output. Now, what do we need to do? We need to shuffle this card because this is how we play cards, that we shuffle all of them. So to shuffle them, we will be creating a variable called as. So to shuffle all of them, we need to write random dot shuffle, and we will be shuffling the deck. Let's print it. So I'll just remove it from here. So previously the deck was coming well arranged. Now let's see after shuffling what does happen. If I run it, I'll get the output in this way that we have 7 spade, 10 spade, 3 hearts, 11 spade, 8 hearts, 6 diamond, 8 spade, 7 club. So we are getting a different output. That means these cards have been shuffled. Now from these shuffled cards, we need to pass the 5 cards to a person who is playing with us. To pass the 5 cards, we'll be creating a for loop over here that for I in range. And because we have to pass 5 cards over here, we'll be writing 5. Now what we will be printing over here, that we need to print it in this way. That if I'm giving cards to a person, it should say 7 of spade. Now 7 inside this tuple and spade over here. So 7 inside this tuple is 0 index and spade over here is index number 1. So how I'll be printing it? That print deck. Inside the deck, we are talking about the list of deck. Inside the deck, we'll be going in the 1, then 2, then 3, then 4, then 5. Like 5 range will be there. So first of all, we'll be going in 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. So 5 range will be there. And here we'll be writing I. So our range is 1 to 5. That's why we'll be writing I. And inside the I for the first card, we'll be writing 0. Because if I take the example over here, that if I have a deck in this way, that I have 7, comma, spade. And let's say it's a list of 2 elements, that 8 of hearts. So it's a list of 2 elements which has 2 tuples over here. So inside the list, the range is I, that is, this is on number 1 and this is on number 2. That means, this is on number 0 and this is on number 1. Okay. And inside this also, we have a tuple. So tuple also has an indexing. The number 7 is on number 0 and spade over here is on number 1. So this thing only we are going to write, that deck of I, that means 7, comma, of, comma. For writing the spade, again, we will take the list name, that is deck. From the deck, we'll go to the I index only. That means the same index. And inside the same index, inside the same tuple, will fetch the index number 1 over here. Now let's run and see what output we will get. So as soon as I run, it will give me 8 of hearts, 6 of diamonds, 10 of diamond, 10 of hearts, and lastly 8 of diamonds. So 5 cards has been distributed in this way. So I hope guys this is clear, that how we have randomly shuffled the cards plus how we have given 5 cards to the next person over here. All we need to do is use the IterTools and random module. Inside the IterTools, we have IterTools.product, which allow us to multiply a range with the list we have given over here and gives us an output in the format of a list because we have put a list over here. After that, we have used a random module, that random.shuffle deck. That means we need to shuffle this deck. We have printed the deck as well, and from this deck only we have given the 5 cards to the person who is playing with us. This video we will learn how to write a program that will allow us to display a calendar. So guys, how interesting it would be if we will be able to see a calendar of a month of years ago, let's say 1,000 years ago or 100 years ago. If you want to see a calendar of a month, then Python makes it very easy for us to create a program which will allow us to display it. Let's have a look on how it can be done. So guys, to create this program, we will be needing a module called as calendar. So Python comes with a lot of packages, lot of modules over here, and one of the module is calendar, so we'll be writing import calendar. And from the calendar, we will be using some functions. So I'll be writing a variable as well called as calendar is equals to, or you can write anything else as well. So if I write C is equals to calendar dot month. So dot month is a function. Inside this month, we'll be passing the year and the month. Now for this year and the month, let's take the input from the user. For year, I'll be writing year is equals to int input and the year. Now we need to make sure that the user enters this year in a number. So we'll be writing enter year in number or in numbers. And similarly, we'll be doing the same for the month. That month is equals to int input enter month in numbers. Once we have written this inside the calendar.month, that means inside the month function, we'll be passing our year and month. After this, all we need to do is write print C. Let's run and see what output we will get over here. So enter year in numbers. So I'll be writing, let's say 1997, and I'll be writing a month, let's say number 10 month, that is October. So it will give me the month of October. That means it will give me the calendar of month of October, which has all the details, like it's written October 1997. It has all the days over here, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. And it has details of the dates that are falling on these days. If I run the program again and if I write any other year, let's say to 1200. Okay, and in that I'm talking about, let's say, the first month. So it will give me the output like this, that January of 1200, and it will give me the calendar as well of that particular month. So I hope guys this is clear to you that how this program is created, and you can see in just 5 lines we have created a program that will allow us to display a calendar. All we need to do is import a module called as calendar over here. We need to take the user input from the user for the month and the year. And we need to make sure that the user writes it inside a number. So we have to mention over here that enter year in numbers. After that, we need to create a variable over here. You can create a variable with any name. Inside the variable, you can write calendar. That means the name of the module dot month attribute we'll be using. Inside this, we'll be passing 2 parameters. That is our year and the month. And lastly, we have to print it. In this video, we will learn how to write a program that will allow us to display Fibonacci sequence using recursion. So guys, to understand what is Fibonacci sequence, what is recursion, first of all, let's take an example over here. So guys, before we create this program, we need to first understand these terms, that what is recursion, what is Fibonacci sequence. So first of all, let's start with recursion. Recursion is a method that allows us to call a function within itself. For example, if I show it to you, that if I write a function, like if I write def and inside it I'll write hello, like the name of the function is hello, and I'm just passing a empty parameter over here, and inside I'm writing print hello, and again they're calling this program over here. Like if I'll write hello again over here with open close parentheses, that means I'm not calling this program, I'm not calling this function outside the function, but I'm calling it inside the function. So that means what will happen, the function will be called, suppose if I'll call it outside like this hello, and this function will be called, it will print hello, then again inside the function, again this function will be called, and again inside it hello is there, then again hello will be printed, and this is how it will keep printing over here. Now what do we need to do? We need to write Fibonacci sequence. Fibonacci sequence, now what is Fibonacci sequence? Let's understand that. So Fs is equals to Fibonacci sequence over here. Now Fibonacci sequence works in this way, that the first element is 0, second element is 1, third element is the addition of these 2 elements, that is 0 plus 1 is 1. Then fourth element, again next element, whatever is the next element is the addition of the preceding 2 elements over here. So 1 plus 1 will become 2 over here. So I'll write 2. Then 2 plus 1 will become 3. Then 3 plus 2 will become 5. 3 plus 5 will become 8. 5 plus 8 will become 30. And this is how it will keep going on. So this is called as Fibonacci sequence. Now what do we need to do? Using the method of recursion, we need to find the Fibonacci sequence. Now how to find the Fibonacci sequence? One pattern we can clearly see over here, that the third element, suppose if we have element A and if we have element B, then element C is what? Element C is the addition of element A and element B. How to find this element A and element B is very simple. If I create a function called as Fibonacci sequence, and inside it if I call Fibonacci sequence of, suppose if I have been asked to find the Fibonacci sequence of 5. Okay, so if I create a function called as def Fibo, and here I'll write 5. So what do we need to do? Inside this we will return the value. So one more thing over here, that Fibonacci sequence of any number that is 0 or 1. So if I'll write a condition that if our number is smaller than or equal to 1, in that case we'll return the number as well. So return whatever number it is. If it is not lesser than or equal to 1, in that condition what we will return, else we will write return Fibonacci sequence of 4 plus 3, that means last digit plus last to last digit. So how we will obtain that? We will call this function again, that Fibo of 4. So for 4 we will be writing number minus 1, and for 3 we will be writing Fibo of number minus 2, right? And we'll be adding these two terms because third term is the addition of preceding two terms over here. So we'll be calling this function and we'll be writing number 1 minus number 2, and whatever our number is minus 2 of that number. That means if I take the example of here, so 1, how we will obtain 1? We will obtain 1 by adding 1 and 0. And so if this is term 3, then how we'll find this term 3? By adding term 1 plus term 2. To obtain term 1 and term 2, we have to call the function over and over again, and we have to reach up to term 1 and term 2. Now let's put this logic inside our PyCharm and let's see what output we will get over here. So as I said, we need to create a function over here. So we'll be writing def Fibo is the function. Inside this I'm passing a number called as n. Okay, so if I want the numbers up to 5 terms, 6 terms, whatever terms it is, so n will keep the track of that. After this, what I need to do is, I need to give a condition that if n is smaller than and equal to 1, in that condition will return the value of n as it is. So suppose if it is 0, we'll return it as 0. If it is 1, in that case we'll return 1 itself. Else what we will do, else we will return Fibo of n minus 1 plus, again we'll call the function Fibo of n minus 2. After this, for n, we can take the input from the user, that n is equals to int input. Enter a number here. Once a user has entered a number here, we'll be giving a conditional statement. Once a user has written a number here, now for the number also we'll be giving a conditional statement, and what if the number is smaller than 0 or equal to 0? So if number is smaller than and equal to 0, in that condition we will print enter a positive number. Else we will print Fibonacci sequence is, and I'll put a colon, and I'll use a for loop to iterate it in a range over here. That means to display it in a different lines. So for I in range up to n, we need to print I. Now let's run and see what output we will get over here. Enter a number here. I'll be writing, let's say, number 5. So it will give me 0, 1. So we'll print after this Fibonacci of our range, that is I. So as soon as I run it, I'll get the output, and I'll be writing 14, or let's say if I'll write 7 over here. So I'll be obtaining a Fibonacci sequence up to 7 numbers, that is 0, 1, 1, 2, 3, 5 and 8. That means 0 plus 1 is 1, 1 plus 2 is 3, 2 plus 3 is 5 and 5 plus 3 is 8 over here. That's how we have obtained a Fibonacci of 7 numbers. All we need to do is, first of all, we have to create a function. Inside the function, we need to mention that if our number is smaller than and equal to 1, in that case, we have to return that exact number. Else, we have to put our formula for Fibonacci sequence. That means we have to call the Fibonacci sequence itself. That means we have to call the function itself over here using the recursion. And we'll be writing Fibo of n minus 1 plus Fibo of n minus 2. Next, we have to take the user input for the n terms, that till up to which term they have to call a Fibonacci sequence. They want to display a Fibonacci sequence. And lastly, we have to use conditional statements, which mentions that if a number is smaller than and equal to 0, in that case, we'll print enter a positive number. Else, we will print our Fibonacci sequence using a for loop. In this video, we will learn how to write a program in Python that will allow us to find the sum of n natural numbers that we want. Now, what is the meaning of n natural numbers over here? N means that up to the number that we want to specify, and natural numbers are all the real numbers that we have. All the numbers that start from 1 and up to goes up to wherever you want, like 100, 200, 1000, 10,000. All the real numbers over here are natural numbers. So they start from 1 over here. Now what do we need to do? We need to find the sum of natural numbers but using recursion. Now what is recursion? Recursion is a process in which a function calls itself inside a function. Let's have a look on example and see how a recursion works, and then we will find a sum of natural numbers. first of all, talking about recursion. Recursion is a process in which a function calls itself inside a function. For example, if I have created a function called as def hello, and inside this I have given print hello world, and again I have called the function inside it. So let's say I have written hello again and called it inside the function. Now when I will call it inside my program by writing hello and open close parentheses, it will call this function. This function will print hello world. Then inside this it will again call this same function and it will print hello world. Then again this function will call itself and again print hello world. So it will keep printing up to it reaches its limit. So there is a limit of, let's say, around 1000 or 998. That is the limit over here, that as soon as it reaches over there, it throws an error over there. So this is for a normal recursion. Now we are talking about finding the sum of natural numbers using recursion. First of all, natural numbers. Talking about the natural numbers, so all the natural numbers are greater than 0 and they are positive integers. Now let's talk about finding the sum of n natural numbers. Now what is meant by n natural numbers over here? Suppose a number has been given to me, let's say 5. So what will be the sum of n natural numbers? That means natural numbers up to 5 would be 5 plus 4 plus 3 plus 2 plus 1. Right. What will be the sum of natural numbers up to 4? So 4 plus 3 plus 2 plus 1. If it's 3, in that case 3 plus 2 plus 1. If it's 2, then 2 plus 1. And if it's 1, then in that case it's 1 itself. Right. This is how the natural numbers can be found, that the sum of natural numbers up to 5 can be found. Okay. So this one is for up to 5. This one is for up to 4. This one is for up to 3. And then 2 and then 1. Now we can see a pattern over here, that if I want to find the sum of natural numbers up to 5, we know that if I add 5 to the sum of 4 plus 3 plus 2 plus 1, that means if I find the sum of natural numbers up to 4, I can easily find the sum of natural numbers up to 5. That means if I know that the sum of natural number of 4 is 4 plus 3 is 7 plus 2 plus 1 is 10. So if I know that the sum of natural numbers up to 4 is 10 and if I add 5 to it, that means I'll get the sum of natural numbers up to 5, that is 15. Similarly, if I want to know the sum of natural numbers of 4, then I know that 4 plus sum of natural numbers up to 3, 2 and 1. So we know it is 6. So I'll easily get the output 10 over here. But how I'm getting it? By adding 4 to the sum of natural numbers up to 3. And if I want to find it for 3, I know that if I add 3 to the sum of natural numbers up to 2, then I'll get it. So 2 plus 1 would be 3. That means I'll obtain 6 over here. So this logic only we need to put inside the recursion. Now how we will put this logic inside recursion, let's understand that. So suppose I have created a function def natural number sum and I have given a value called as n over here. Okay. Now first condition that I'll give is that if number is smaller than and equal to 1, in that condition return the number itself. Okay, that whatever the number it is, that means over here num will not come, it will be n. Else, so if the number is greater than and equal to 1, in that condition what we will return? We will return sum of natural numbers is 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Right. So how I can write it? I can also write it as 5. Sorry, it's not multiplication. The multiplication will give us factorial. It is addition. So 5 plus 4 plus 3 plus 2 plus 1, right? So how I will find the sum of n natural numbers up to here? That would be our natural number sum of 4. And if I want to find the natural number sum of 4, then I can write 4 plus natural number sum of 3. Right? If I want to find the natural number sum up to 3, then in that case I need to write 3 plus natural number sum up to 2. Right. So this same formula we need to write over here, that return. What do we need to return? We need to return n plus natural number sum of n minus 1. So 4 is what? 5 minus 1. 3 is what? 4 minus 1. So every time the value of n is changing, the value of n minus 1 also changes by 1, right? So that means here we will be writing return n plus natural number sum of n minus 1, and that's how we'll get the output over here. So let's put this logic inside our code and let's see what output we will get. So as I said, first thing that we need to create over here is a function, that definition of natural number sum. And I'll be writing n over here. I'll put a colon. And here what do we need to do is we need to write a conditional statement that if n is smaller than and equal to 1, in that condition we will return the value of n. Else what we will do, else we will write our formula that return, what do we need to return is n plus natural number sum of n minus 1. That means we are calling this function again, but this time the value of n is n minus 1. So that means if it was 10, then here it will come 9. If it was 9, then here it will come 10. If it is 7, in that case it will, over here it will come 6. Also, I'll put the whole thing inside the brackets. Now I need to give a conditional statement over here. Before that, we'll give the number as well, that n is equals to int input, enter a number here, and I'll give a conditional statement that if this n is, suppose if it is lesser than 0, in that condition, so if this number is smaller than or equal to 0, in that condition we will print enter a positive number, else we will write that the sum of n natural numbers is, and comma, and we'll pass our function nns with n inside it. So let's run and see what output we will get. So we know that the sum of natural numbers up to 5 is 15. Let's see if it says the same thing. So yes, the sum of natural numbers, n natural numbers, is 15. And if I run it again, we know that the sum of n natural numbers up to 4 is 10. So it will give us 10. That means it is working perfectly. So 15 plus 6 over here is 21. Let's check it for 6. So if I write 6 over here, it should give me 21. That means our program is working perfectly fine. So I hope guys that this is clear how we have created this program. All we need to do is first of all create a function called as natural num sum. You can write a short form over here, or if you want to write the whole thing, you can write the whole thing. Inside it you will pass a parameter called as n, and then we'll be writing a condition that if n is smaller than and equal to 1, in that condition we will return the n, else what we will do, and we will put our formula, that is n plus natural num sum of n minus 1. That means we will call the function itself inside the function. Next, we will ask for the user input for the n number over here. That means till which number they want to find the sum. After that, we'll be putting a conditional statement that if n number, whatever this n number is that is given by the user, if it is smaller than and equal to 0, in that case, we'll tell the user to print a positive number over here. Else, we will print the output over there. In this video, we will learn how to write a program to find the factorial of a number using recursion. So guys, to find the factorial of a number using recursion, first of all, we need to know what is factorial and what is recursion. So first of all, let's talk about these terms. Let's discuss what is recursion, and then let's discuss what is a factorial of a number. First of all, talking about recursion. Recursion is a process where a function calls itself inside a function. For example, if I have written any function called as def hello, and inside I have written print hello world, and then I have called the function itself hello. And outside the function again I have called this function hello. So what will happen when we will call this function hello? This will go over here, print hello world, and then call this function again. Then again it will go over here, print the function, that means print the hello world, and again it will call itself. So what will happen? A continuous loop will start over here, that it will go, call the function, then inside the function again it will call itself, then again inside the function it will call itself. So a continuous loop will start that will not stop until it reaches its limit over here. This is called recursion, where a function calls itself inside a function. But this needs to be stopped, so that also stops over here. We have different methods to stop. But it does not mean that it never stops. We put certain conditions over here that this loop over here stops. And now what we need to do, we need to find the factorial of a number. To find the factorial of a number, first of all, let's understand what is factorial. Talking about first of all factorial. So if I write factorial of 5, so this symbol is a factorial symbol. If I write factorial of 5, then how we will find factorial of 5 in our math? It will be 5 multiplied by 4 multiplied by 3 multiplied by 2 multiplied by 1. That would be 5 times 4 is 20, 20 times 3 is 60, 60 times 2 is 120. That would be 120. If I want to find the factorial of 4, it would be 4 multiplied by 3 multiplied by 2 multiplied by 1. That would be 4, 3 times is 12, 12, 2 times is 24. The factorial of 3 would be 3 multiplied by 2 multiplied by 1. So 3 2 times is 6. And factorial of 2 would be 2 multiplied by 1. That is 2 itself. And the factorial of 1 will be 1 itself. Right. So this is our 5 factorial. This is our 4 factorial. This is the value of our 3 factorial, 2 factorial, and the factorial of 1. So this is how we find the factorial of a number. Now, if we are talking about recursion, in the recursion, if we want to call a function inside a function, how this will work? Suppose if I have written def and I want to find a factorial of n. So let's say n is 5 or any other number, right? If I will be giving a condition over here now that if our number, if n is equal to 1, in that condition it will return 1 itself, because the factorial of 1 is 1 itself. And else, if it is greater than 1, in that condition, what we will be doing? In that condition, we will return. Now, how to find a factorial of a number using recursion? We have a simple logic over here that let's understand it in this way. That if I know the factorial of 4, that is 4 multiplied by 3 multiplied by 2 multiplied by 1, and if I multiply it by 5, then I will easily know the factorial of 5. But how to find the factorial of 4? We know that 3 multiplied by 2 multiplied by 1, that is the factorial of 3 multiplied by 4 will give us the factorial of 4. And what I'm trying to say is, if I know the factorial of 4 and if I multiply it by 5, I'll get the factorial of 5. Similarly, if I know the factorial of 3 and I multiply it by 4, then I'll get the factorial of 4. Similarly, if I know the factorial of 2 and I multiply it by 3, then I'll get the factorial of 3. That means 3 multiplied by 2 multiplied by 1. Right, this is the factorial of 3. Right, this is how we find the factorial of a number. So here what I need to do to return this number, first of all, the n numbers, suppose it is 5. So if I'm talking about 5, it will return 5. Also, what it should return me? It should return me the factorial of n minus 1. That means 5 multiplied by factorial of 4. So 5 multiplied by factorial of 4 would be our 120. But how to find the factorial of 4? So for factorial of 4, it will again call this function and it would be like 4 multiplied by factorial of 3. That is 4 will be the n and now n minus 1 would be 3. Again it will call the function itself. Now n will be 3 and n minus 1 would be 2 factorial. Now again the function will call itself 2 multiply by 1 factorial, and for 1 we know the value is 1 itself, right? This is how the factorial of a number will work using recursion. Now let's put this logic inside our program. So all I need to do is write def factorial of n. So my name of my function is FACT, and here I'm giving a condition that if n is equals to 1, in that condition we will return the value 1. Else what we will return? In that case we will return n multiplied by factorial of n minus 1. Next I will ask for the user input, that for which number they want to find the factorial. So n is equals to int input, enter a number here. Once a user has given a number over here, what we need to do? We need to give a conditional statement that if n is smaller than or equal to 0. So suppose the user has written any number, let's say 0 or any other number that is less than 0. In that case, we'll print it for them that enter a positive number. Else, we will print the factorial of the given number, fact, with the value n. Let's run and see what output we will get over here. So it says enter a number. Here we know the factorial of 5 is 120, and our answer over here also says the factorial of the given number is 120. Again, if I'll run it, enter a number here. Let's write 4. We know the factorial of 4 is 24, and yes, it is 24. And the factorial of 6 would be 120 multiplied by 6, that is 720. Let's see if it is correct or not. Yes, it's 720. That means our program is working perfectly fine, and all we have done over here is created a function called as factorial n. Inside that we have given a condition that if n is equals to 1, that means whatever our number is, if it is equal to 1, in that case we'll return the number itself. Else what we will do, we will write return n multiply by factorial. That means it will call the function again itself by n minus 1. After this we need to give a condition that if n is smaller than or equal to 0, in that condition we will ask the user to print a positive integer over here. And if it is greater than 0, that means if it is not smaller than or equal to 0, that means it is greater than 0. In that condition we have to find the factorial of a number by calling the function itself. And else what we need to do is we need to find the factorial of number by printing it by calling the function over here. This video we will learn how to write a program that will allow us to convert a decimal number into a binary number using a recursion method. First of all, talking about what are decimal numbers, let's understand that decimal numbers are all the numbers that we have from 0 to 9, and all the other numbers that we have are the combination of these 10 numbers. Now talking about the binary numbers are two numbers, that is 0 and 1, where 0 stands for off and 1 stands for on. Now lastly, talking about the recursion is a process in which a function call itself inside a function. Now let's talk about all of them one by one. First of all, talking about decimal numbers are 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 and 9. So these are our decimal numbers, and all the other numbers are created by these 9 numbers only, these 10 numbers only, right? Next, talking about the binary numbers. So binary numbers are 0 and 1. That means there are 2 numbers in the binary numbers. Here in the decimal numbers, we have 10 numbers in total. Okay. Lastly, talking about the recursion. So recursion is a process where a function calls itself inside a function. Now what do we need to do? We need to create a program which will convert a decimal number into a binary number using a process of recursion. First of all, talking about converting a decimal number into a binary number. So when we do it on a paper, that means when we do it on a math, how do we do it? Suppose we have any number, let's say it's 15. So how do we convert it into a binary number? We need to divide it by 2. That means, so binary term over here means 2. So any number, if you take any decimal number, if you want to convert it into a binary number, then you have to divide it by 2. When you divide it by 2, you get the output 7 over here. That means 2 times 7 is 14 and we get the 1 remainder, right? Similarly, again we will divide it. So 2 times 3 is 6 and we get 1 as the remainder. Then 2 times 1 is 2 and we'll get the remainder as 1. Now, what will be the binary number over here? The binary number will be this number over here. So these numbers, that means these string over here will be our binary number. So the binary number for 15 will not be 1, 1, 1, 1 in this way, but it will be 1, then this one, then this one, and then this one. That means when we write a binary string, we go all the way opposite. So that means our binary number for 15 would be 1, 1, 1 and 1. Similarly, if I do it with any other number, let's say if I do it with 10. So if I write 2, so it will be 5 and the remainder would be 0. 2 times is 4, remainder would be 1. 2, 1 time is 2 and the remainder would be 0. Right. Now what will be the output? That means what will be the binary number of 10? It won't be 0, 1, 0, 1. It will be 1, 0, 1, 0. This is how a binary string is written down. This is how we create a binary number. Now this is in the math. What if you want to do it in the Python? So for doing it in the Python, we have a very simple method to convert a decimal number to binary. All we need to do is that we need to create a function def, and I want to convert it from decimal to binary. So d to b I'll be writing it. So d to b is the name of my function. Inside I'll be passing a variable called as n. What do I need to do over here is now that if my n number is greater than 1, in that condition, whatever that number is, suppose that number is, let's say 12. Okay. So what do I need to do? I need to do the floor division of it to get the quotient over here. So number floor division 2, and we have to put it inside d to b. That means we will call this function over and over again till the value is less than 1. Okay. After this, here what we need to do? We need to print and modulus 2. That means remainder of this. So 12 when divided by 2, whatever remainder we'll get. So we'll get the remainder 0 over here. That 12 6 times is 12 and we'll get the remainder 0 over here. That means the remainder 0 will come over here. Then we will write END is equals to open close quotations to again iterate this. That means this will work like a function over here. That means it will call itself again. That means d to b is a function which is calling itself again inside the function. That is our process of recursion, that it is calling itself inside the function. Now next time what d to b will be? It will be our 6. So 6 when divided by 2 and 6 modulus 2. That would be our 2 3 times is 6. Remainder is 0 again. So next value would be 0 again. So we have now 0 and 0. Now this time we have 3. So 3 floor division 2 would be 1. And the remainder over here will also be 1. That 3 when divided by 2 gives us 1. That 2 1 is 2 and the remainder is 1. So next value would be 1. And lastly, the last value, the last remaining value will again become 1. So the value would not be 0 0 1 1. It will be 1 1 0 and 0. This is how it will work. Now let's put this similar logic inside our program. So I'll be writing def convert binary because we want to convert it to binary. So I'll be creating a function that is called as convert binary and I'll be passing a parameter called as n over here. Inside this I'll be giving a condition that if n is greater than 1, only if n is greater than 1, in that condition what do we need to do? We need to call this function convert binary, and inside we have to pass n floor division 2. Why every time we are taking the value 2? Because we have to convert it into a binary, and the word binary means 2 over here. And then we'll be printing n modulus 2. That means what is the remainder of n when it is divided by 2, comma, end is equals to open close quotations. Lastly, all we need to do is take the input from the user for the n. So n is equals to int input, enter a number here. Next we need to print the converted value in binary is, and I'll put a colon over here, and I'll call the function in the next line, that is convert binary, and inside I'll pass the value. Let's say I want to check it for number 15. We know for number 15 the value was 1111. Let's say if our program says the same as well. So I don't have to write 15 actually over here, because I'm taking the user inputs. I'll be writing n only. So if I run it, if I write 15 over here, it gives me the converted value in binary is 1111. That means our program is working perfectly fine. And if I'll check it for 12, we found out that the value was 1100. Let's see if it is 1100 or not. So let's run. And if I'll write 12, it says 1100. That means our method over here is working perfectly fine. So all we needed to do was create a function called as convert binary and pass a parameter n, and we need to give a condition that only if n is greater than 1. In that condition, what we will do, we will convert the binary. That means we'll call the function again, and whatever is the quotient of n when divided by 2, that means n floor division 2 will give us the quotient. Whatever the quotient will be there, that will be our value of next n. And we will print what? We will print the modulus of n when divided by 2. That means n when divided by 2, whatever remainder it gives, we will be printing that. And we will write n is equals to open close quotation, so that the next value will get settled over there next to it only. After that, all we need to do is we need to take an input from the user, that n is equals to int input, and take a number from the user. Then we have to print it by calling our function, that is convert binary. In this video, we will learn how to write a program that will allow us to add two matrices. So guys, matrix is a topic that we all might have covered in our 12th grades. And today we will be talking about matrices and how to add two matrices. First of all, if you don't know what is matrices, let's understand what are matrices. So guys, matrix is a formation of a numbers where numbers are arranged in the format of rows and columns. Suppose if I would have written 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 and 9. And here I have written another matrix. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay. Now, this is what? This is a matrix where I have written the numbers in the format of rows and columns. So, there are 3 rows and 3 columns. It can also be written in 2 rows and 2 columns, like 2, 3, 4, 7. Or maybe like this, 2, 3, 4, 6, 8, 10. In this way also a matrix can be written. Now, we are talking about addition of two matrices. Not for the addition of two matrices, it is very important that the dimension of both the matrices should be equal. That means there should be, so here we have equal number of rows and columns. Now how the addition happens over here, that first element of this matrix will be added to the first element of this matrix, which will result in 10. Second element of this matrix and second element of this matrix will again result in 10. Third element of this matrix and third element of this matrix will again result in 10. Fourth element, or we can say it as first element of second row over here and first element of second row over here, again 10. Second element of second row, that is 10 again. Third element of second row, that is 10 again. And 7 plus 3 again 10. 8 plus 2 again 10. And lastly 9 plus 1 again 10. This is how we obtain a addition of two matrices. Now what we need to do, we need to write a program in our Python that will allow us to find the addition of two matrices. For that, what we will be doing, we'll be taking the help of our for loop. So let's write a program and let's see how it can be done. So first of all, as I need two matrices over here, I'll be creating a matrix called as A, and inside I'll be passing the list elements. So I'll be passing 3 list elements. So first one will have 1, 2, 3, comma, and 7, 8, 9 with the commas in between. Again a comma, and 4, 5, 6. Okay, this is my matrix number 1. Let's talk about matrix number 2. That is our B. So B is equals to 7, 8, 9, comma, 12, 34, 6, comma, 1, comma, 2, comma, 3. Okay. So these are our two matrices and we need one matrix for the result as well. So in the result, I'll be storing the values in such a way that I'll be writing 0, comma, 0, comma, 0 in the first one, comma, 0, comma 0, comma 0 in the second one, again a comma, and a 0, comma 0, comma 0 in the third one. Okay. Now what do I need to do for the addition? I need to use a for loop over here. That for I will be writing for I in range. What would be the range over here? It will be the length of the row. So the length of the row is len of a colon. And for j, that means for the columns, what we will be taking for j in range. Because we have to add rows with the rows and columns with the columns over here. So for j in range, what we will be doing, we will be writing length of a, and in the square bracket I'll be passing 0. Now what does this 0 over here means? This 0 over here means that I'm using a column over here. So if for this one is for the range, and 0 over here is showing us the columns. So if I print I over here, it will show you the pattern of 0 0 0, 1 1 1 and 2 2 2 in this way. So if you go over the length over here, so this will be on 0 0 0 index, this will be on 1 1 1 index, and this will be on 2 2 2 index. And if I talk about the column over here, then this will be 0 1 2, 0 1 2 and 0 1 2. So if I print j over here and run it, it will give me 0 1 2, 0 1 2 and 0 1 2. But I don't have to print these things. What I need to do is I need to find a result. So result would be, I need to go inside the rows and columns of result. For rows I'll be having I, and for the columns I'll be having j, is equals to a. Again I'll be talking about I, and here I'll be talking about j, addition with, so I need to add over here that I'll be going inside the rows of a and the columns of a, and at the same time I'll be going inside the rows of I and rows of b and rows of and columns of b. Lastly, we need to print the result. So if I print result, let's see what output we'll get. I'll just give some spaces in between and let's run and see. So I'm getting the output in this way. Let's see if it is correct or not. So 7 plus 1 is 8, 2 plus 8 is 10, 3 plus 9 is 12, 12 plus 7 is 19, 34 plus 8 is 42, 6 plus 9 is 15, and 1 2 3 plus 4 5 6. So 1 plus 4 is 5, 2 plus 5 is 7, and 3 plus 6 is 9 over here. That means the result is correct, but again it is not coming in the form of a matrix, right? So to get it in the form of a matrix, all we need to do is again write a for loop that for I in result colon print I. So now if I run it, I'll get the output in this way, that I'll get the result in the format of 8, 10, 12, 19, 42, 15 and 5, 7 and 9. So this is how we can obtain the result over here in the form of a matrix. So I hope guys that how addition of two matrices has happened over here is clear to you. All we need to do is first of all create two matrices and create a result matrix in which all the elements are 0. After that, we need to use a for loop to iterate in the rows and the columns. For the rows, we will take the length of a, and for the columns, again, we will take the length of a. But for defining the columns over here, we need to put 0 in the square bracket. So 0 over here shows that we are going in the length of the columns. After that, inside the result, we are considering the case of rows and columns again. So in the result, first we'll go in the rows and then in the columns. That a row and then the column, and then we'll be adding A with its rows and columns and B with its rows and columns inside the result. Lastly, we'll print the result, and with the help of for loop, we will iterate it and print the value in different lines over here. In this video, we will learn how to write a program in Python that will allow us to multiply two matrices. So guys, matrix multiplication is not simple here. We have to use a dot product multiplication over here. That means you cannot multiply an element of a row with the element of a column. Simply, you have to do a different formula. You have to put a different formula over here. Let's see first of all how matrix multiplication work normally in our math. First of all, talking about matrices, what are matrices? Matrices are something, it's a formation in which numbers are arranged in the form of rows and columns. Suppose if we have a matrix called as 1, 2, 4, 7 and another matrix, let's say 5, 3, 6 and 8. Okay. Now, if I want to find the matrix multiplication of these two matrices, then how will I find? Here, what we need to do, we cannot multiply 1 multiply by 5 and get the first value as 5. 2 multiply by 3, get the second value as 6. 4 multiply by 6, get the third value as 24. And 7 multiply by 8, that is 42. We cannot get the multiplication in this way. What we have to do, the matrix multiplication, the actual matrix multiplication happens in this way, that we multiply the first row, that we multiply this row with this column, and again the same row with this column, then this row, then this column, then same row with the next column. So over here, how we need to do? We need to write 1 multiplied by 5 plus, that means 1 multiplied by 5 plus 2 multiplied by 6. We are talking about this row and this column. So 2 multiplied by 6 over here is 12. This will be my first value. For my second value would be 1 multiplied by 3 plus 2 multiplied by 8. This will be my second value. My third value would be 4, 7 and 4, 7. That means this row multiplied by with the same column. So 4 multiplied by 5 plus 7 multiplied by 6 and 4 multiplied by 3 plus 7 multiplied by 8. So here what output we will obtain? Let's see. So here the output would be 5 plus 12, that is 17. Here the output would be 1 multiplied by 3, that is 3. 3 plus 16, that is 19. Here we will be getting 20 and 20 plus 42. So the output would be 62. And the last number over here is 4 3 times is 12 plus 7 8 times is 56. So 12 plus 56 would be 68. So this is how we will get the dot product of two matrices. This is how the actual multiplication, matrix multiplication happens. Now what do we need to do? We need to use this same method inside our Python. How do we need to do is, first of all, let's say again if we have two matrices. Let's talk about having two matrices. Now for the matrix multiplication, we need to take care about one thing, that suppose if we have a matrix of 3 times 3, the second matrix that we have, it should also have the first thing as common. That means the number of columns in the first matrix should be equal to the number of rows in our second matrix. That means this could be changed, that this could be 4, this could be 5, or this could be 6, any number. So number of columns could be any over here, but the rows should match with the number of columns that we have in our matrix number 1. So we can take 3 times 3 and 3 times 4 over here, or 2 times 3 and 3 times 2 over here, or any value. Okay, but these two values should be similar over here. This is how matrix multiplication would happen, otherwise the matrix multiplication would not happen. So this is one rule that you need to remember. Now what do we need to do? We need to write a matrix over here. So I'll be writing a matrix of 3 by 3 first of all. That 1 2 3 4 3 2 6 1 3. Okay, this is my one matrix, and another matrix should have what? 3 columns, but if you want you can have 4 rows over here. So our next matrix should have 3 rows, but if you want you can have 4 columns over here. So I can write 1 2 3 4 4 3 2 1 and 4 4 2 2. Okay, this is my another matrix. Now how the multiplication would happen? For that we will be using a for loop over here, that for I in range. First of all we'll be going inside the columns, because how the multiplication happens, we go with the row, then column, and the addition of again the elements of row, then column, then elements of row, and then the column. Okay, so how the iteration would happen over here? For I in range, first of all we'll go inside this row. For this row we'll be taking len of, let's say the matrix, the name of this matrix is A and the name of this matrix is B. So len of A. Now what we need to do, next thing that we need to do is we need to multiply it with the columns over here. So for columns we'll be taking for j in range. What would be our range over here? Len of B, but index would be 0 over here. So index 0 means that we are representing column over here. That means we need to iterate inside the columns. Okay. After this, what we need to do? We need to do it how many times? For how many times we need to get the common number over here. That means the matrix is of 3 times 3 and the another matrix is of 3 times 4. So common element is 3. That means 3 over here is the number of rows that we have over here. So we can also write it in this way: for k in range len length of B. That means we can obtain the length of our B, that is the number of rows over here. And what do we need to print over here is, let's understand the formula. That the formula over here would be result. Now in the result we'll be having the values of I and j. That means each value will be obtaining. So that means if the result is in this way, that means 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0. First of all we are talking about this first element over here. So this first element will be what? I and j over here. That would be equal to, plus is equals to, because every time the value will be added. The formula works in this way, that whatever our row and column is, then new value is the second element of that row plus the second element of that column, right? Multiply by second element of that column. So every time addition is happening over here, that's why we will be writing result plus is equal to, that means to the result every time the value will be added. What value will be added? We'll be talking about first of all this matrix, that from our A matrix we are talking about the first element. So first element would be I, comma, K multiplied by the first element over here would be K is our row and J is our column. So K and J. Okay. Here K over here in the first matrix is the number of columns, while at the same time K over here in the second matrix is the row. Okay. So this formula, by using this formula, we will be finding the matrix, we will be finding the multiplication of the matrix. Let's put this formula inside our Python program and let's see how does it works. So first of all, I need to take a matrix over here. So in the matrix, I'll be passing the elements in the format of a list. So I'll be writing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 3, 2, 1. This is my one matrix. This is a matrix of 3 by 3. If I take another matrix, let's say B is equals to, in the square bracket, I'll put the values 1, 2, 3, 4, 4, 3, 2, 1, 5, 6, 7, 8. This is my second matrix. This matrix is of 3 by 4. That means 3 rows are there and 4 columns are there. Now the output that we will obtain, that means our result value would be 0, 0, 0, 0. That means again 3 rows and 4 columns will be obtained. So 0, 0, 0, 0. Again a comma, 0, 0, 0, 0. This is how we will obtain the values. Okay. Now what do we need to do? We need to iterate in our for loop. That the for loop will go firstly in this row. So for I in range len length of A, that means first of all we need to go inside the row. Then we'll be talking about the column for J in range, but whose column we are talking about? The B's column we are talking about. So len of B, but this will be row. To make it a column in a square bracket, we will pass 0. So it will be a column now. And for K in range would be what over here? The number of rows that are there inside our B, which is equal to the number of columns that we have inside our A. That means our common element over here. So we can write over here len of B. Okay. You can also write len of A and square in the square bracket. You can pass 0 because the number of columns and the number of rows over here matches. Okay. Now we need to put our formula, that result, the value of the first value inside our result, that means I and J would be plus is equal to A, I and K. That means our same formula that we have used before. So A, I, K multiply by A, K, J. Not A, but here B will come. So A, I, K multiply by B, K and J. Now let's run and see what output we will get. Let's print it as well. So print result. If I'll print it, I'll get the output in the format of a list. So let's use a for loop as well. So let me first run and show it to you that what output I will get. So I'm getting output in this way: 24, 26, 28, 30, 54, 59, 64, 69, 16, 18, 20 and 22. We are getting it in the format of a list. That means in a single line. So if I want to print it in the format of a matrix, I'll be writing for I in result colon print I. Now let's run and see what output we will get. So we are getting output in this way. Let's see if it is working properly or not. So we are talking about the first one. So 1 multiplied by 1 is 1. Then 2 multiplied by 4 will be 8. And 3 multiplied by 5 is 15. So 8 plus 15 plus 1. 8 plus 15 is 23 plus 1 is 24. That means our values are correct over here. And if you actually multiply it on a paper, you will get the same output that we have received over here. That means our program is working perfectly fine. All we need to do is we need to put a simple formula over here, and I hope that how we have figured out this formula is clear to you. This video we will learn how to write a program that will allow us to check whether a string is palindrome or not. So guys, first of all, let's understand what is the meaning of the word palindrome. Palindrome means that if you have something, if you have a word which is written, like for example, you have written end. If you spell it oppositely, that is, then it will give us DNA. Let me explain you with the help of an example over here. So guys, to understand palindrome, we need to first understand what is the meaning of the word palindrome. Let's first understand that. So guys, palindrome over here means, I'll be writing palindrome. So palindrome over here means, suppose if you have written A and D, the palindrome of A and D would be D and A, which will say that this is not a palindrome. That means palindrome says that whatever your word is, if you write exactly the opposite of it, it should give you the exact same word. For example, if I write madam, M-A-D-A-M, and then if I find the opposite of it, then it will be M-A-D-A-M. That means it will be the same. So the opposite of it will also be the same. That means this string is a palindrome. So palindrome strings are the ones that if you write the reverse of them as well, then also you will obtain the same output over here. Now, how to find the palindrome? In the string, we have a method of slicing. How does this slicing work? Let's understand this with the help of an example. I'll take the same word madam over here, and if I want to slice it and I want to go reverse of it, then in that case, what I'll be doing, I'll be taking three parameters over here. That is the starting value, comma, the ending value, and lastly the step in between. Not the stamp, but the step in between. Okay, these three things I'll be taking care of. So starting value in the word madam would be the index number 0. Then the ending value would be 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. So I'll be writing 5 over here. But because I want to obtain its reverse, it would be -1. The gap would be, the step would be -1 because I want to move from left to right. Okay, so how the starting value and ending value would go? So starting value will now become 4 because I want to go reverse, and the ending value would be 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. So it would be -1. So it would be 0, and the step would be -1. Okay. Now this is the case of madam, but what if we don't know what is the string? Suppose if we have taken the input from the user to check whether a string is palindrome or not. So in that case, we will not know that what is the starting value and what is the ending value. If you keep these areas empty over here, the default value says that the starting value is from the starting and the ending value is from the at the ending, and this step in between, you can define this step in between. So let's apply this method inside our program, that to find the palindrome of a string, first of all, let's take the input from the user. That I'll take a variable called as A. A is equals to input. We don't have to take it inside the integer. We have to take it in the normal input only because the default over here is string. So int input, enter a word here. After a user writes a word over here, in that case, what we need to do, we need to first find the reverse of this string. To find the reverse of this string, I'll be writing a variable called as rev. Rev is equals to, that means the reverse. Reverse is equals to A. Inside the square bracket, I'll be putting a colon -1. So colon -1 means that I am not defining the starting value, I am not defining the ending value, but I know the step between each word is of -1 over here. And then I'll be giving a condition that if reverse is equals to A, in that condition print the string is palindrome, else print the string is not palindrome. Now let's run and see what output we will get over here. So as soon as I write any word, let's say if I'm writing end, so the reverse of end would be DNA, which is not a palindrome. So it would say that this string is not palindrome. Again, if I run it, I'll get the output madam. So if I write it for madam, then I'll get the output that this string is palindrome over here. So that means our program is working perfectly fine. All we need to do over here is we need to declare a variable called as reverse. Inside the reverse, we need to find the reverse of our string, and then we have to compare both of them, that our reverse, if our reverse matches with our actual string, in that case it is palindrome, and if it is not matching with our actual string, in that case it is not a palindrome. In this video, we will learn how to write a program that will allow us to transpose a matrix. So guys, to understand what is transpose a matrix, first of all, let's understand what are matrices. So guys, matrices, you might have all heard the word matrices in your 12th grade. If you have not heard, I'll tell you what are matrices. Matrices are a system in which all the numbers are arranged in the format of rows and columns. Now talking about transpose of a matrix, let's understand what is transpose of a matrix. Let's understand it in this way. So if I have a matrix of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That means I have a matrix which has 3 rows and 2 columns. That means we have 1, 2, 3 rows and 1 and 2 columns. Okay. Now transpose means that these 3 rows will get converted into 2 rows and these 2 columns will get converted into 3 columns. So what will happen over here? We'll get 1, 2, 3. That means this whole column will get converted into a row and another row would be 4, 5 and 6. This is how the new matrix will be obtained. This will be the transpose of this matrix, that the rows will get converted into columns and the columns will get converted into rows. Now how to obtain this in Python? Let's see how it can be done. For that, first of all, I will create a matrix over here that A is equals to, in the format of list, I will be adding the numbers. So I will be writing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. This is my matrix. Now we have 2 rows over here and 3 columns, right? And I will create a result. Inside the result, we will be having 2 columns and 3 rows. So I'll be writing 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, So this will be my result matrix. Now what do I need to do? I need to iterate inside the rows and then inside the columns. So iterate inside the rows, I'll be writing for I in range. And the range would be 0, 0 and 0. That means if we are talking about this row over here, so range would be 0, 0, 0 and 1, 1, 1. Right, so for that I'll be writing len of A. If I just print len of A, we'll get the output 0, 0, 0 and 1, 1, 1. We don't have to print A, actually we have to print I. So if I'll run it, we'll get the output 0 and 1 over here. Similarly, if I'll go inside J, so for J in range, len of A, but this time I need to go inside the columns. Previously I was going inside the rows, now I need to go inside the column. For column I'll be writing 0 over here, so I'll be iterating inside the column. Let's print J and see what output we will get. As soon as I print J over here, I'll get the output 0, 1, 2, 0, 1, 2. This is how our columns are going while our rows are going as 0 and 1. That means 0, 0, 0 and 1, 1, 1. So if I print I instead of this, I'll get the output 0, 0, 0 and 1, 1, 1. That means we are iterating in what? And we are iterating in both rows and columns. Now rows and columns needs to get converted into columns and rows over here. For that I'll be writing result. Now inside the result, because we want J first, that means because we want columns first, we'll be writing J and then we will write I. So J is holding our column, that's why we will be writing J first and then I will be equal to A, I, J. So basically what I have written over here is very simple, that I have written result columns rows is equal to, our matrix is rows and columns. That means the rows will get converted into columns and the columns will get converted into rows. So now let's run and see what output we will get. So if I print result and run it, so I'll get the output in this way. I have 1, 4, 2, 5, 3, 6, but it does not look like a transpose of this matrix, right? So how to make it a transpose of this matrix? All I need to do is I need to put a for loop over here. So I'll be writing for I in result colon print result. No, I don't have to print the result. I have to print I. And as soon as I run it, I'll get the output 1, 4, 2, 5, 3, 6. That is our matrix over here, which has 3 rows and 2 columns. Initially we had 2 rows and 3 columns, and now this has been converted into 2 columns and 3 rows. This is how we obtain a transpose of any matrix. So guys, this was our solution number 1 where we used for loop. So I'll be writing solution 1 using for loop. Now we'll be talking about solution 2 of this problem. We can do this problem with one more method. Let's write that. So I'll be writing solution 2 using list comprehension. So here again I'll pick up this example and I'll paste it over here. Now list comprehension. Inside the list comprehension, I'll be creating a variable called as result. So for the result, we'll be writing inside the square bracket. First of all, we'll be printing the result, that what our result is going to be. So I'll be taking the same matrix which whose transpose we need to find. So in the same matrix only I'll be making the changes over here. So A of, that means first of all we need to convert the rows into the columns, then we need to convert the columns into the rows. After that I'll be taking a for loop, that for J in range, First we'll be going inside the columns. So len of A, and our second loop will be for I in range, and then we'll be going inside the columns. So len of A, and because we are going inside the columns in the square bracket, I'll be passing 0 over here. Lastly, I'll be using a for loop to iterate the result, or we can just print first of all result and let's see what output we will get. So as soon as I ran it, I again get the output in the form of a list over here, that is 1, 4, 2, 5, 3, 6. To iterate it, all we need to do is we need to write for I in result, print I, and let's run it. And also let's put our previous code inside the comments. So as soon as I run it, I'll get the output 1, 4, 2, 5, 3, 6, and our matrix was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So you can see over here that the rows have been converted into the columns and the columns have been converted into the rows. This is how we find the transpose of a matrix. So I hope guys that both the methods over here are clear to you. In the first method we use a nested for loop, and in the second method we have used a list comprehension, inside which we have first written down the output, at what output we want. And then we have iterated for J in range. That means first of all we have converted the columns, then we have converted the rows over here. So in the inner loop we have the rows and in the outer loop we have the columns. In this video we will learn how to write a program that will allow us to remove punctuations from a string. First of all, talking about punctuations, that what are punctuations? Let's understand that punctuations are all the special symbols that we have inside our keyboard. So what we need to do, if we have a string that has punctuations, like suppose someone has written hello exclamation mark, how are you question mark, so we want to remove the exclamation mark and the question mark from there, then how we will be able to remove it? Let's have a look on how this program can be written. First of all, to create this program, I'll be creating a variable called as punctuation. Inside this, I'll be storing all the punctuations that we have. So I'll be storing it inside the triple quotations. Why? Because our single quotation and double quotation, they also come in the categories of punctuations. That's why I'm including them inside the triple quotations. And I'll be writing all the punctuations over here. Once I have written the punctuation, I'll be taking the input from the user. That string is equals to int input, and we don't have to write it inside the input. We'll be asking just for input. That input, enter a number, not a number, enter a string here. Okay. Once we have asked for the string, we have to create one empty string as well. Why empty string? Because the data that we will be storing it inside the string. Like after removing the punctuations from here, the data will be stored inside the empty string. So I'll be creating one empty string whose value is nothing but empty over here. Now what do we need to do? We need to use a for loop over here, which will iterate inside the string and check that if any of the letter is there inside our punctuation. In that case, it will remove that letter and it will not add it inside our empty string. So we'll be using a for loop, that for I in string, and we'll be giving a condition that if whatever our I is, so I would be, let's say if we have taken a string called as hello, so I would be H. So if H is not there in our punctuations, in that case H will get added inside our empty string. So I have written if I not in PUNC, that means punctuations. If I is not there inside our punctuations, in that case we will add it to our empty string. So empty string plus is equals to I. So I will only get added over here if I is not there in our punctuations. And lastly, we will print empty string. So I'll just explain this once again. First of all, we created a variable called as punctuations. Then we have created a variable called as string, in which we have asked from the user for a user input, that enter a string here. After that, we have created another variable that is called as empty string, where we are storing the empty data. Right now it is just an empty string. Now what do we need to do? We need to iterate inside this string that is being given by the user. Suppose the user has written, instead of this, the user has written hello. Okay. So I'll be putting it inside over here, hello, exclamation mark, how are you, question mark. Okay, so next thing that we have done over here is for I in strings. That means we will iterate inside the string and we will go for each value over here. First it will check for H, that if I is not in punctuation, that means if H is not in punctuation, that means if the H is not there inside these symbols, in that condition H will get added over here. So H will get added over here. Okay. Then it will check for E. E is also not there. The E will get added. Then L L is not there, L again is not there, O is again not there. Then again it will iterate and it will check for exclamation mark, that for I in string, if I not in punctuation but I is there inside the punctuation, that means what it will do, it will completely skip this step. Again it will skip for this one, skip for this one, skip for this one. Again it will check for H. So H we will be talking about that. Then it will not skip the space over here because space does not come in our punctuation. So it will give a space over here. And then H, it will check for capital H. Capital H is not there, then it will write capital H over here. Then O, then W, then A, R, E, similarly Y, O, U. And lastly, the question mark will also be removed because question mark is also there inside our punctuations. So this is how it will work. Now let's leave it empty. And let's run and see what output we will get. So as soon as I run it, the output that I am getting over here is hello and space, how are you. So both the punctuations have been removed. The exclamation marks along with the question marks have been removed. So if you want to remove this and take a user input, then in that case we'll just run the program, and here you can write, hi, it is going to rain today, full stop. So 3 punctuations are there. One is exclamation marks, the other one is apostrophe, and the other one is the full stop. Let's run and see. So I'll just press enter, and the output that I am getting over here is hi without exclamation marks, H without the single quotation mark, that means an apostrophe, and lastly the dot is also missing, that means the dot has also been removed. In this video we will learn how to write a program in Python that will allow us to sort the words in alphabetical order. So guys, what over here means sorting the word is that if you have been given a sentence and if you want to arrange the words in the form of a ascending order, that means the first letter or the first and second letter of it should come in an ascending order. In that case, we sort the words in an alphabetic order. That is the meaning of how we sort a word in an alphabetical order. So let's first understand this. After that, we will solve this problem. So suppose you have been given a string called as hello, how are you. Our first thing would be over here is that in string we do have a sort function, but sort function only sorts the letters over here. It does not sort the different words over here. Okay. So what we need to do, we need to first break these words into a single word, and in the Python we know we have a split function which allows us to break words, that means break a whole sentence into a words and convert it into a list. So we'll be applying a split function to it. After applying the split function, they will be broken down into single words in a format of a list. Okay. After this, what we need to do, we need to convert the upper cases into the lower cases. So for converting them, we will be iterating it, that we will be iterating inside this list and convert each element into a lowercase. Once we have converted into a lowercase, it would look like this, that hello, comma, how, comma, are, comma, you. Once we have converted all the characters, all the elements over here into lower cases, after that what we need to do, we need to use our sort function. After sorting it, it would look like this, that A, R, E will come first because A is the first letter over here, and according to our ascending order, H. So both of these words over here has their first letter as H, so we'll be going for the second letter. So second letter over here is E. So H-E comes first, that's why hello will come second and how will come third. Lastly, Y, O, U. This is how the ascending order would work over here. And lastly, because we are receiving a list over here, and if you want to get each element in a single line, in that case we will be using a for loop to iterate into the list. So let's have a look on how this program can be written and how these functions can be used. So first of all, as I said, that we need a user input, or we can write a string by ourselves as well. Suppose I have written hello, how are you. Okay. After this, what I need to do, I need to use dot split method over here. So let me just also convert it into capital letters, that I'll be writing hello and how are you. Okay. So after this, what I'll be using a split function over here to split this into separate lists. Why we cannot use directly sort? Because sort will arrange the letters over here, but because we want to arrange each word over here, for arranging each word we will be using the method of list. So we'll be writing a dot split, and after this, if I print a, I'll get the output like this. So I'll be creating a list over here. Inside the list, I'll be writing a dot split, and as soon as I print L over here, I'll be getting the output in this way, that I'll be getting a list over here. Inside the list I have all the elements and they are all separated by a comma now. So what do we need to do over here? I need to use for loop to make all the words in lower cases. So I'll be writing for I in range len, that means length of L. We have to take the length of L. Inside this, what I'll be converting each element. For each element, I'll be taking L in the square bracket I, that the element on the I index will be equal to the element on the I index dot lower. I'll be closing the square bracket over here, and after lower, we'll be putting the parentheses. Let's run and see what would happen now if I print L after this. So you will now see that we have one list in which first element of each word is in uppercase, while in the second list we can see that the same words have now lower cases. That means capital H has been converted into small h. Capital H over here has been again converted into a small h. Right. After this, what we need to do, once we have converted into lowercase, we need to write L dot sort. That means we have to sort it into an ascending order. Once we have done it, we'll print L again, and let's see what is the difference now. So you will now see that they have been arranged in the ascending order. Now if you don't want to obtain them in the format of a list, in that case you can use a for loop, that for I in L colon print I. And once I run this again, I'll get the output in this way, that first of all R will come, then hello, then how, then you. And this is what we have done over here, that first R will come, then hello, then how, and then you. So our program is ready over here, and if you want to take a user input for this string, you can take a user input as well, that you can write input and we can write enter a sentence. And as soon as we run this program again, so if I write twinkle, twinkle, little star, so it will give us little star, twinkle and twinkle. Okay. This is how it would work. So I hope you guys have no doubts in the questions that how I have used first the split option, then we have converted all the words into lower cases by using a for loop. After that, we have sorted them in the ascending order, and lastly, by using for loop, we have obtained them in single lines. In this video, we will learn how to write a Python program that will allow us to illustrate different set operations. So guys, what are set operations over here? Let's discuss that first. In our sets, we have some mathematical operations like union, intersection, difference, and symmetric difference. So we will be understanding first of all four of them, and then we will be applying inside our sets. So first of all, if I talk about union, that in our sets we have a function called as union. How does union work? Suppose if we have two sets, so I'm taking a Venn diagram over here, that if we have two sets, the union means that it will give us all the elements which are there in set A. It will also give us the common elements once, and it will also give us the elements that are there in our set B. For example, if we have set A is equals to 1, 2, 3, 4, and we have set B is equals to 1, 1, 3, 5, 7. What union will give us? Union will give us a set called as C, and inside this it will give us a value 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7. That means it will give us 1, 2, 3, 4. The common elements has also been given over here. That means 3 and 1. And it will also give us 5 and 7. This is what a union will give us. Nextly, let's talk about the intersection. So intersection over here. Again, I'll create a Venn diagram over here. So intersection of two sets will give us the common elements. That means the common elements which are there in A and B. So suppose if I take two sets 1, 2, 3 and 4. And here if I take another set as 1, 5, 3 and 7. Then it will give me the common elements. So we can see the common elements is 3 and 3 and 1 and 1. So the common element we would get is 1, 3. This is what intersection will give us. Moving ahead, let's talk about the next function over here, that is difference. What difference would give us? Suppose if we have this set and another set B. And if I say that A difference B, so A difference B will give us all the elements which are there in A but not in B. That means we will not get the common elements. Also, we will not get the elements which are there in B. So for example, if I have a set A which has values 1, 2, 3 and 4, and another set B which has values 1, 3, 5 and 7, then it would give us the elements which are there in A but not in B. So elements which are there in A is 1, but it is there in B, so 1 would not come. 2 is not there, so 2. 3 is also there, so 3 will also not come. 4. That means elements which are there in A but not in B plus no elements of B will come. So only the elements which are there in A but not in B will come over here after the difference. Okay. Lastly, let's talk about symmetric difference. So what symmetric difference will give us? Suppose if we have two Venn diagrams like this, symmetric difference will give us the elements which are there in A and the elements which are there in B but not the common elements. It won't give us the common elements. That means if we have set A is equals to 1, 2, 3, 4 and set B is equals to 1, 3, 5, 7. So it will give us, let's see what are the common elements. We have 1 as the common element and we have 3 as the common element. So it will give us all the other elements, that is 2, 4, 5, 7. This is how the output would look like. So I hope guys that all the 4 methods are clear with you. First is union, second is intersection, third is difference and fourth is symmetric difference. We'll be discussing all of them now in our pie chart. Let's see how the code is written to illustrate all the set functions. So first of all, I'll be creating two sets over here. So set A is equals to, inside this I'll be giving some values like this, and inside the set B I'll be giving some more values like 2, 4, 6, 7, 8, 1. Okay. Now first of all, talking about union, how union is written, for that we'll be writing print the union of set A and B is, we'll put a colon and write A union B. For union, to represent union, we use a symbol of bar, that we write A union B in this way. Now let's run and see what output we will get. So as soon as I run it, I'll get the output. The union of set A and B is at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 and 8. That means the common elements are coming only one time and all the elements of set A and set B are coming over here. Similarly, let's talk about intersection, that if I write print the intersection of set A and B is, put a colon and I'll put a comma. So for the intersection we write A ampersand, that means we'll put a symbol of ampersand, and B, and as soon as I run it, the intersection will give us the common elements. So the common elements over here is 1 is common in both of them, 2 is common in both of them, 4 is common in both of them, and 6 is common in both of them. So it will give us the common elements over here. Similarly, if I write print the difference of set A and B is, and difference over here means that all the elements of set A will appear and not a single element of B will appear over here. Okay, so it is denoted by A hyphen B, and as soon as I run it, I'll get the output. The difference of set A and set B is 3 and 5. That means 3 and 5 are the only elements which are not common, which are there in set A but not in set B. And lastly, talking about the symmetric difference, that print the symmetric difference between set A and B is, so for the symmetric difference we write A and we put a symbol of circumflex, so A circumflex B, and as soon as I run it, let's see what output will I get over here. So as soon as I run it, I'll get the elements which are not common over here. That would be our symmetric difference. That means the elements which are not common, we will obtain them from A and B. So I hope guys that all the 4 functions are clear to you, that how to illustrate these functions over here is also clear to you, that how we use these symbols. So the bar is used as union, ampersand is used as intersection, hyphen is used as difference, and lastly circumflex is used as symmetric difference. This video we will learn how to write a program that will allow us to count a number of vowels in a string. So guys, if you have a string, if you have any string written down, that means if you have written down any sentence, any title of a movie or anything, and if you want to count how many total number of vowels are there in it, then what you can do is you can write a program in Python that will allow you to count the number of vowels in it. Let's see how it can be done. In Python, we have 2 methods by which we can do this. Let's discuss both of them one by one. First method is with using the dictionaries, and the second method is with using the list and dictionary comprehension. So first of all, we'll be talking about the dictionary method, that how we can do it with the dictionary method. So for example, if you have a string, suppose if I have a string called as Harry Potter, what do I first need to do is I need to first convert the upper cases into lower cases. For that, I'll be using the case fold function. That I'll apply case fold function to it. Once I have applied case fold function to it, I'll also create variables called as vowels. Inside the vowels, I'll be adding the values like A, E, I, O, and U. Now what do we need to do? We need to create a dictionary over here with the help of these vowels. That right now the dictionary count, that means the value count over here should be 0 for each vowel. So we'll be creating a dictionary by using the method of from keys. So we'll be creating from keys where vowels will be the keys and 0 will be the value. So it would look like this, that A 0, comma, E 0, comma, I 0, comma, O 0, comma, U 0. So this is how your dictionary will get created over here. Now what do we need to do over here is we need to iterate and check. Now where do we have to iterate? We have to iterate in this string and check that if any letter matches with the keys. Suppose H is there and H is not matching with any of the keys over here. But then we iterate and go on A. If A matches with any of the letter over here, that means any of the keys. Keys are A, E, I, O and U. If it matches with any of the key, in that case, what will happen? A count will increase by 1. So it will become A1 and the rest will remain the same. Then R is not a vowel. Then nothing will happen with R and Y. Then with P also nothing would happen. But with O, what will happen? The count will increase by 1. So it will become O1. T is not a vowel. T again is not a vowel. E is a vowel. So the count of E will increase by 1. And R is again not a vowel. So the new dictionary would look like this, that A's value would be 1, E's value would be 1, I's value would be 0, O's value would be 1 and U's value would be 0. In this way, you will come to know that how many times a vowel is occurring inside a string. Now, let's put this formula, let's put this method inside our Python and let's see what happens. So, solution 1 using dictionaries. First of all, let's create a string over here. So, I am creating a string is equals to Harry Potter and the prisoner of Azkaban. Okay. After that, I need to create a variable called as vowels. Inside the vowels, I am storing A, E, I, O, U. After this, all I need to do is that I need to convert these uppercase letters into a lowercase letters. For that, I'll be writing string is equals to string dot case fold and open close the parenthesis. So if I print this string now, let's see how does our string looks like. I'll just run and show it to you. Our string looks like this, that all the uppercase letters have been converted into a lowercase letters. Okay. Once we have converted them into a lowercase letters, I'll just remove the print statement and I'll put it inside the comment box over here. And once we have converted them into a lowercase letter, we need to create a dictionary. So I'll be creating a dictionary called as count, in which I'll be creating a dictionary with the help of our vowels. So from keys, I'll be using the empty dictionary dot from keys, and the keys would be vowels and the values would be 0. Now if I print count over here, let's see how does the count looks like. So as soon as I run it and show it to you, it will be A0, E0, I0, O0, U0 as I showed it to you in the example. Okay, so I'll just put this also inside the comment. So once we have created a dictionary, what do we need to do? We need to iterate inside this string and check that if any letter over here matches with the key of this dictionary. That means if it matches with A, E, I, O, U, in that case the count, that means the value over here will increase by +1. So for that we will be writing that for character in string colon, if that character in count, that means if whatever our character is there, if it is there in the count, in that case its value. So how to increase a dictionary's value? We will be writing count character plus is equals to 1. That means the value of that particular character will increase by 1. Okay, let's print the count now and see what happens. So I'll be writing print count, and as soon as I run it, I'll get the output that A is occurring 5 times, E is occurring 3 times, I is occurring 1 times, O is occurring 3 times, and U is occurring 0 times. And if you want to check, you can check as well. So one more thing over here, that why we have converted them into a lowercase over here is that if I would have not converted this into a lowercase, if I would have kept it like this, my output would not be same. Why? Because here we have a capital A over here, and that's why it's not counting this capital A over here. Okay, or we don't have any other vowels, but this capital A, it's not counting this capital A. So that's why we need to use this case fold function. So I'll just put it back to uncomment. So I'll just uncomment it, and again if we run it, we'll get the output like this. So I hope this part is clear, that how we have found the number of vowels which are there in the string by the simple method that first we need to use case fold to convert all the capital letters into a lowercase letter. Then we have to create a dictionary by using the method of from keys, where the keys will be the vowels and the values would be 0. After that, we need to iterate in our string and check for each letter that if that particular letter is there in our dictionary, that means it matches with the dictionary's key. In that case, the value of that particular key will increase by +1 over here. Lastly, we will print the dictionary and we'll get the output. So I hope solution 1 is clear to you. Let's talk about solution 2, where we will be using the list and dictionary comprehension. So guys, for solution 2 also we'll be needing the same string. So I'll just pick the same string from here and paste it over here. Also, what I'm going to do, I'm going to put everything inside the comments. And now what we need to do, we need to use list and dictionary comprehension over here. For using that, I'll be again creating a variable called as vowels. Inside the vowels, I'll be storing the value of A, E, I, O, U. And plus we'll do the case fold as well. So string is equals to string dot case fold and open close the parentheses. So all the uppercase letters will be converted into a lowercase letters. After this, what we need to do, we need to create a variable called as count. Inside this, we will be doing the list and a dictionary comprehension. Now, how this will work? First of all, we will be creating a list over here, and then we will be converting it into the dictionary. So, how the keys? First thing that we are going to do is we need to put keys over here. That key colon sum. Sum will be what over here? Sum will be the sum of all the time any vowel is occurring inside our string. So key colon sum, and then we'll be using a for loop. So I'll be writing that every time the value will increase by 1 when for character in string, if character is equal to key. Key will be what again? A, E, I, O, U. So what we will be iterating? We will be iterating inside the string, and if the character is equal to key, then it will increase by 1 over there. And then we'll be putting the outer loop, that is for key in vowels. And lastly, we will print the count. Let's run and see what output we will get. So again, we'll get the same output, that A is coming 5 times, E is coming 3 times, I is coming 1 time, O is coming 3 times, and U is coming 1 time. What we have basically done over here is we have created a dictionary with key, and the value is what? Sum. How to find this sum? For that, we are increasing the value by 1 every time if there is a character that matches with the key over here. What is the key? Key is the vowels over here. So for key in vowels, that means in the vowels, the key is what? A, E, I, O, U. And every time a character, that means every time a value increases if a character matches the key. Lastly, in the value, we will find the sum of all the time the characters appeared inside a string. So I hope you guys have no doubts in the questions in both the methods, and both the methods are clear to you. In this video, we will learn how to write a program in Python that will allow us to find the size or image resolution. So guys, what is size or image resolution? For example, if you have any image, the width and the height of that image is the resolution. That means it's the size of an image. So how we can find it in Python? So Python has a huge library which has a lot of packages, lots of modules inside it. So one of those modules is PIL, that means a pillow module that allows us to work with the images. So here we will be using our PIL library. With the help of PIL library, we will be using our size attribute, image.size attribute, with the help of which we will be finding the size or resolution of an image. So let's have a look on how it can be done. So as I said, we will be using our PIL library. For that, first of all, we'll be writing import. I'll be importing PIL. Okay. So after importing the PIL module, the next thing that we need to do is we need to go to the location of that image, and after going to the location of that image, we need to open it. So to open it, or that means to read the image, first of all, what we will be doing, we'll be creating a variable over here. So for opening that image, what we'll be doing, we'll be writing that from PIL, we'll be importing image, because we are going to work on image over here, and I'll be creating a variable called as image. Image is equals to, that means it's just img. Img is a short form for image, and image is equals to PIL dot image dot open. because we want to open the image. Now inside the double quotations, what we will do, we'll go towards the location of that image. So now to get the location over here, all I need to do is go to my file explorer. In my file explorer on my desktop, I have a folder called as images 2. Inside this I have one image, that is images.png. I want to know the size of this image. Now how to know it by using Python is very simple. That first of all you get the location over here. So for the location I'll just click over here on the top and you can see I get the location over here. I'll just copy it and I'll paste it over here and I'll convert all the backward slashes to the forward slashes. After writing images 2, you need to give the name of that image. For the name of that image, you can again go back over there, right click on it and you can click on properties, and here you will find images.png. Here at the same time you can also find the location over here and you can also find images.png, that is the name of the image. So you can copy it from here and as soon as you come back over here, you can paste it and write images.png. Now I want to know its size over here, that means its width and the height. So I'll be creating two variables called as width, comma, height. And inside this, what I will store, I'll be writing image dot size. And lastly, I'll print. Now how to write the image resolution? We write the image resolution by 200 by 400 or 400 by 200 by, that means we write the cross in between. So we'll be writing the width, comma. For the cross, I'll be taking a string. Inside that, I'll be passing x and then comma and then height. Now, as soon as I run it, let's see what output we will get over here. So you can see I'm getting the output 274 cross 184. That is the size or that is the resolution of our image. So I hope guys that this is clear how to find the size or the image resolution. All you need to do is use the PIL module, that is the pillow module, and from the PIL module we will be importing image. After that, we need to open the image by writing image is equals to pil.image.open. Which image we want to open? For that, we need to give the location of that particular image and write the name of the image in the end. Convert all the backward slashes into the forward slashes. After that, we need to create two variables, width and height, which will store the value of image.size. That means image.size is carrying two parameters over here, that is the width and the height. The first value is the width and the second value is the height. After that, we just need to print it. For printing, all we need to do is write width. After that, we need to put a comma, and because the image resolution is given by x in between, so we'll be writing the x inside the string and then we'll be writing the height. In this video, we will learn how to write a program that will allow us to merge two dictionaries. So guys, we know what are dictionaries. Now if we want to merge two of those dictionaries, we have three methods in Python. The first method is by using the bar operator. The second method is with the help of the quarks. That means we will do the unpacking of the dictionary. Then by using the dictionary function, we will pack it again. After that, the third method is by using the copy and the update function. So let's look at them one by one. Let's start with the first method, that is by using the bar operator. For using the bar operator, first of all, we need two dictionaries. So I'll be creating two dictionaries over here. That A is equals to, inside this I'm passing some values. For example, I have written John, who got 38 marks out of 50, and we have Lisa, who got 44 marks out of 50. B is equals to Lisa again. So now what happened? Lisa went to the teachers. Lisa was not satisfied that how come she got only 44 marks, and she went to the teacher and asked teacher to recheck her copy, and now she has, let's say, 47 marks. Okay. And then we have Peter, who has 40 marks. Okay. Now how we will merge these two dictionaries is very simple. All you need to do is you need to write A, and for the bar you will be using the bar symbol and write B. And as soon as we run it, we'll get the output in this way, that John, Lisa is 47 and Peter is 40. Now what has happened over here, that the Lisa is appearing two times and the value got updated over here. The previous value was 44 and the new value is 47. That's why now when we have merged it and created one dictionary, in one dictionary we cannot have two common keys. That's why it has created one key and it has updated value inside it. After this, let's talk about our second solution where we will be using the quarks. So for the second solution, again I'm going to take the same two dictionaries and I'll be putting them over here. After this, what I need to do is, again, I'll write the print statement. For unpacking these dictionaries, we'll be using the quarks. So for using quarks, we use the star operator on A and comma, the star, that means asterisk symbol operator on B. And after this, if I run it, I'll get an error over here. Why is this error coming? Because we got the multiple values over here. So what we can do over here is we can put a dictionary over here. So I'll be putting this inside a dictionary. And now if I run it, I'll put the previous data inside the comment. And as soon as we run it, we'll get the output over here as John. Inside the Lisa again, we have an updated value and Peter. So this is how we can merge a dictionary by using the method of quas. That means first we will be unpacking it. Once we have unpacked it, we will pack it again by using the curly brackets over here. Moving ahead, let's talk about our solution number 3. That means the copy function and the update function. So for the solution 3, again I'm going to take the same two dictionaries and I'll be putting them over here, pasting them over here. And I'll put the previous data also inside the comments. Now what I want to do this time, I don't want that this new updated value should come over here. So okay, I want the Lisa's value as 44 only. So for that, what I'll do, I'll create a dictionary 3, or we can call it C as well. C is equals to what? B dot copy. It will be the copy of B. Now what we need to do, inside this C, we will be updating the values of A. Now as we have written the copy of B inside the C, what I'll do, I'll write C dot update. That inside the C, update the values of A, and let's print C now. So I'll print C and let's run what output we'll get. So as soon as I run it, I'll get the value of Lisa as 44. So here also you can see the value of Lisa is 44. So what has happened in the B dictionary, that means in the second dictionary, the value of A has been updated. So I hope you guys have no doubts and no questions in all three methods. The first method was using the bar option where we find the union of both the dictionaries. Second option over here is with the help of the quas. That means we unpack it and then pack it by using the curly braces. And after that, the third solution is with the help of the copy and the update method, where we use a third dictionary in which we create a copy and then we update it with the A dictionary. That means the first dictionary, and lastly find the output. In this video, we will learn how to write a program to create a nested directory. So guys, first of all, talking about nested directory, that what is nested directory over here is, suppose if you want to create a folder inside your computer anywhere at any location, and inside that location you need to create another folder, and inside that folder again you want to create another folder. That would be a nested directory. That means you will create a folder inside a folder inside a folder. Okay, now if you want to do this using Python, this can be done manually, but you can also do it by using Python. How it can be done using Python, let's have a look on that. So for doing this in Python, we need to use a Python module that is called as a pathlib module. We'll be using our pathlib module where we will be specifying the path, and we will be using the make directory function from it. And we will use the make directory function of it to create a directory over here. Let's have a look on how it can be done. So to use the path attribute from the pathlib module, we'll be writing from pathlib import path, and we'll be writing the path over here. Inside that, we'll be specifying the path. Now how to get the path over here? For that, wherever you want to create this directory, for example, I want to create wherever all my other YouTube programs are there. So all my mini programs are over here. To get the path, I'll just click over here on the top and copy this path. Once I have copied, I'll paste it over here and convert all the backward slashes into the forward slashes. Once we have converted all the backward slashes into forward slashes, now you will also notice that there is no directory in this whole folder. You can see there is no directory, only some Python, PyCharm files are there, and one directory idea is there, .idea is there, which is not of use for us right now. So what we'll be doing, I'll be creating a new folder over here. So I'll be creating new folder, again forward slash. Inside that, I'll be creating a demo folder, demo underscore folder. And inside that again I'll be creating another folder called as hello. Okay, so this is my nested directory that I'll go to mini programs. Inside mini programs I'll be creating a new folder. Inside new folder I'll be creating a demo folder, and inside the demo folder I'll be creating hello folder. And here what I'll do, I'll write dot make directory. So mkdir means make directory. Make directory over here takes two parameters. One is parents and one is exist. Okay. So first of all, let's talk about the parents. Parents is equals to true. That means it will create a parent directory of this one. So as soon as I run it, let's see what happens. I'm not using the exist okay right now, and let's see what happens. So here nothing would happen, but if I'll open this folder, you can see a new folder has been created. Let's double click on it. Inside this we have a demo folder, And inside this we have a folder called as hello. That means a nested directory has been created over here. Now what if I run this program again? If I run it again, it will throw me an error. Why it is throwing me an error? Because this file that we want to create already exists. Now to avoid this error to occur, what we can do, we can put a comma in the end and we can write exist okay is equals to true. That means even if this file exists, it will not throw any error. So as soon as I run it over again, now no error will appear over here. So I hope the method is clear to you that from our pathlib module, we need to import path. We need to specify the path over here. We need to make the directory. To create a directory, we will be using .mkdir. That means make directory function. And inside it, we will be giving two parameters. That is the parents and the exist okay. And we'll keep both of them as true. So I hope you guys have no doubts and no questions. And for more such interesting programs, stay connected guys. Thank you.